Twins for the Dark Dawn. Chapter 1. The Casino Trap. Alina Voss entered Black Saint Casino wearing another woman's name and a dead woman's necklace. The name was stitched into the false staff badge, clipped beneath her black blazer. Lydia Vale, temporary VIP floor hostess. The necklace sat cold against her throat. A tiny silver crescent moon, tarnished at the edges, hanging from a chain her sister had worn the night she died. Katerina had never taken it off. Not for work, not for sleep, not for men. When the police returned it to Alina in a plastic evidence bag, the clasp had been broken, and the crescent had dried blood in the curve. The report said overdose. The debt records said casino loss. The anonymous file delivered to Alina's apartment said murder. And every path led to one man, Dmitry Orlov, the Dark Dawn of Moscow, owner of Black Saint Casino, collector of debts, women, secrets, and bodies. Alina crossed the casino floor with a tray of champagne flutes balanced in one hand, and a stolen flash drive taped beneath the cuff of her sleeve. She had spent 3 months preparing for this. 3 months building a false employment record. 3 months tracing shell accounts from Orlov casinos to offshore medical networks. 3 months learning the staff routes, camera rotations, VIP access codes, and the exact blind spot beside the private elevator. 3 months looking at the last photograph of Katerina alive, until grief became something sharper than pain. Tonight, Alina would find the account that paid for her sister's death. Then she would decide whether Dmitry Orlov died fast or properly. Black Saint Casino glittered around her like a cathedral built by wolves. Everything was black, gold, glass, and sin. Crystal chandeliers hung above the gaming floor, throwing fractured light over velvet tables, and men with too much money pretending luck was not another form of arrogance. Cards snapped. Chips clicked. Champagne breathed in tall glasses. Women laughed too loudly at jokes told by men whose hands stayed near guns under tailored jackets. At the far end of the main floor, above the high-limit pit, a bronze saint hung upside down from the ceiling. Not crucified, suspended, bound with gold chains. Alina almost smiled. Subtlety was apparently not a requirement for Mafia interior design. Her earpiece crackled. North camera loop is unstable, Galina's voice whispered. Alina kept walking. Define unstable. Define you should leave. No. A sigh hissed in her ear. I miss when you were sensible. I was never sensible. Katerina was sensible. The silence that followed had teeth. Galina Orlov was not actually an Orlov by blood. That was what she had said when Alina found her name buried in an old Eden Cradle payroll file and tracked her to a pawn shop behind a train station. Former nurse, former Cradle employee, former ghost, current cigarette enthusiast with a scar across her palm, and an apparently terminal fondness for helping women do dangerous things. She had given Alina 3 items: a Black Saint staff badge, the casino's old floor plan, and 1 warning. Do not let Dmitry Orlov see your wrist. Alina had asked why. Galina had said, because dead girls leave marks. Helpful, cryptic, annoying. Now Alina wore a wide black cuff over the tattoo on her inner wrist. A crescent moon wrapped around a line of numbers. Katerina had the same tattoo. They had gotten them at 19 after their father died, drunk on cheap vodka and relief, promising that if one of them vanished, the other would follow the numbers home. It had been stupid, teenage dramatic, a joke about never letting men bury them separately. Then Katerina died with bruises on her thighs, fentanyl in her blood, and casino debt records Alina knew were forged. The numbers had become a map. Alina passed a roulette table and smiled at a drunk oligarch when he took champagne from her tray. He touched her wrist. Her cuff slipped half an inch. She almost broke his finger. Instead, she smiled wider, the kind of smile men mistook for softness, because they had never seen a blade polished. "Careful," she said. The oligarch grinned. "Pretty hostess has claws. Only for men who grab." His smile faltered. "Good." She moved on. Galina's voice returned. "You're 5 meters from the elevator blind spot. Security rotation changes in 40 seconds. Alina's pulse slowed. Not from calm, from focus. The private elevator stood behind a wall of smoked glass near the high-limit pit, guarded by 2 men in black suits and no visible emotion. A third guard watched from the bar. The cameras above them swept in overlapping arcs. Every 20 minutes, the left camera lagged during a system refresh. 3 seconds. That was all. Alina had built the entire night around 3 seconds. She approached a nearby table where a red-faced man in a navy suit was losing heavily at baccarat. His companion had already emptied 2 champagne glasses and looked ready to empty 2 more. Alina replaced the G. Lasses, tilted the tray, let 1 flute slip. Champagne spilled across the table. The red-faced man cursed. The dealer stood. The companion shrieked as bubbles ran into her lap. Both elevator guards looked over. 1 second. 2. Alina stepped backward into the blind spot. 3. She slipped through the smoked glass door and into the private corridor. No alarm. No shout. No gunshot. Small miracles then. She moved fast. The private corridor was quieter than the casino floor, carpeted thick enough to swallow footsteps. Gold wall sconces cast soft light over black paneling. No windows. No drunk gamblers. Only cameras, locked doors, and the strange, sterile smell of spaces cleaned before blood could settle. "Alina," Galina whispered, "you are off camera for now. Private elevator ahead. Code 7931. That was last week's code. Alina stopped. "What?" "Try 9317. "Galina." "I improvised." "You improvised." "Argue after surviving." Alina reached the elevator panel and entered the new code. "Red light." "Denied." Her pulse kicked once. Galina cursed in Russian. "Alina, leave." "No." "Alina." The corridor door opened behind her. Alina turned with the tray still in hand. A guard stepped through. Not one of the elevator guards. Older, scar under his jaw, hand already moving toward his weapon. For 1 second, both of them stared. Then Alina threw the champagne tray at his face. He ducked. Too fast. She ran at him instead of away. That surprised him enough. She drove her knee into his stomach, slammed the heel of her palm into his throat, and grabbed the keycard from his belt when he folded forward. He caught her blazer. She twisted out of it. The fabric tore. He reached for her again. Alina smashed the empty champagne flute against the wall. and pressed the broken stem beneath his chin. "Quiet," she said. His eyes narrowed. Then a gun cocked behind her. "Damn." A second guard stood at the corridor entrance. Younger, nervous, weapon aimed at her chest. "Drop it." Galena hissed through the earpiece. "Alina." Alina calculated distance. Too far. Bad angle. Broken glass in hand. Gun on her chest. One guard injured, but not down. 2 cameras may be active. A professional would surrender. Alina had never claimed to be one. She shoved the first guard hard into the second. The gun fired. The shot punched into the ceiling. Alina dove sideways, rolled behind a decorative cabinet, and yanked the stolen keycard from her fist into the elevator panel. The panel flashed green. Elevator doors opened. She scrambled inside as the younger guard recovered his aim. Another shot cracked. The bullet sliced across her upper arm. Pain flashed white-hot. The elevator doors closed. Alina slammed the emergency override and hit the top floor button with bloody fingers. The elevator rose. Her breath came hard now. Not panic. Adrenaline. Mostly. "Alina," Galena snapped. "Answer." "I'm in." "You're hit." "Grazed." "You always say grazed when bleeding." "Because it is a useful category." "It is not." Alina leaned against the elevator wall and looked at her arm. Blood ran beneath the torn sleeve. Not arterial. "Good." She pulled a napkin from her pocket and pressed it over the wound. The elevator display climbed. VIP. Private gaming. Executive level. Penthouse. Dmitry Orlov's office sat on the top floor, behind a biometric lock and a staff archive room that shared a maintenance vent with the elevator shaft. If Galena's floor plan was accurate, Alina would need 90 seconds to bypass the archive lock, 3 minutes to copy the ledger files, and another 4 to locate the private debt register. That was the clean version. The version before bullets. The version before the code changed. The version before someone in Black Saint security noticed a fake hostess bleeding in the boss's elevator. The elevator stopped. Not at the penthouse. At private gaming. Alina went still. The doors opened. A man stood outside. Tall, broad, black shirt open at the collar. Gold rings on 2 fingers, a tattoo of a snake winding up his neck. He looked at Alina's torn sleeve, then at the blood on the elevator wall, then at her face. He smiled. "Lost little hostess." Alina smiled back. "No." She stabbed him in the thigh with the broken champagne stem. He shouted. She kicked his knee, drove him into the elevator wall, and hit the door close button while he was still falling. This time, when the elevator rose, she took his gun. "Correction," she said into the earpiece. "I now have a weapon." Galena made a sound that might have been a prayer or a curse. The elevator reached the penthouse. Doors opened onto darkness. No guards. No alarms. No music. Only a long black corridor with one door at the end. Too easy. Alina lifted the gun. Galena. Static. Galena. Nothing. Her earpiece was dead. Of course. She stepped into the corridor. The carpet here was black. The walls were black. Even the ceiling seemed to drink light. At the far end, above the office door, security camera turned slowly toward her. then away. Not malfunction. Invitation. Alina's fingers tightened around the gun. A trap was only useful if the prey wanted what waited at the center. She wanted Dmitry Orlov's files. She wanted the debt register. She wanted the truth. So she walked forward. The office door opened before she reached it. No click. No code. No lock. Just darkness inside, and the low gold edge of city light beyond floor-to-ceiling windows. Alina entered. The office was enormous. Minimal. Black marble desk, low leather sofas, a wall of old icons, a private bar, bookshelves filled with ledgers instead of books. Beyond the glass, Moscow glittered cold and far below. No Dmitry. No guards. No visible weapons. Alina closed the door behind her. Not because she wanted privacy, because she wanted warning if someone entered. She went straight to the desk. The computer required a thumbprint. Expected. The side drawer required a physical key. Also expected. The black ledger box beneath the desk required nothing. That was suspicious. Alina opened it anyway. Inside were casino debt files, arranged alphabetically. Real paper. Men like Orlov trusted paper for the things they could not afford to have hacked. She found Voss in the third stack. Her hands went cold. 2 folders. Katerina Voss debt record. Alina Voss monitoring file. Alina stopped breathing. Her name, not buried in a cradle archive, not hidden in some medical registry. Here, in Dmitry Orlov's office. She opened her sister's file first. Photographs spilled out. Katerina entering Black Saint Casino 8 months ago. Katerina at a roulette table. Katerina in a back hallway. Katerina crying in a private room with bruises on her wrist. Alina's vision narrowed. Then she saw the final photograph. Katerina alive. Not dead. Alive. Standing beside Dmitry Orlov in what looked like a hospital room. Her sister's hair was shorter, her face thinner, but alive. The timestamp was from 6 weeks after her supposed death. Alina gripped the edge of the desk. No. No. Dead was grief. Alive was worse. Alive meant lies with lungs. She flipped the photograph over. On the back, in block handwriting. She remembers too much. Keep Alina away from Orlov until Twin Protocol begins. Twin Protocol. The words meant nothing. And everything. Alina opened her own monitoring file. Her apartment building. Her office. Her university records. Bank statements. Photos of her following Orlov shell accounts. A copy of her forged Black Saint staff application. At the top of the file, subject will enter casino under revenge motive. Allow controlled access. Do not terminate before contact. The room tilted. Allow controlled access. Her careful preparation. Her stolen badge. Her 3-second blind spot. Her fake name. Every piece had worked because someone wanted it to work. Alina looked toward the office door. Trap, not metaphor, not paranoia. Fact. She shoved both folders into her bag and went for the computer. If they wanted her here, she would at least take something they did not expect. She pulled the flash drive from her cuff and opened the side port beneath the desk terminal. The screen lit without a password. Another invitation. She plugged the drive in. Files opened automatically. Oarlo VVUSS Field Event. Ragebond Trial. Dual Line Twin Objective. Primary Contact, Dmitry Orlov. Female Catalyst, Alina Voss. False Murder Packet Delivered. Complete. Sister Asset Status. Hidden/Orlov Custody. Alina's stomach turned. She clicked Download. A progress bar began. 1%. 2. 3. Behind her, a voice said, "That file will get you killed." Alina spun with the gun raised. A man stood in the shadows near the bar. She had not heard him enter. No, not entered. He had been there the whole time. Dmitry Orlov. The Dark Dawn. He was not what the photographs had shown. Photographs made him look handsome in the usual way powerful men were photographed. Sharp suit, colder eyes, expensive watch, controlled mouth. In person, he looked less polished and more dangerous. Tall, leaner than Roman Sokolov, but no less brutal, with dark hair brushed back from a face that seemed built for command and suspicion. A scar ran from the corner of his mouth to his jaw, thin and pale. His eyes were gray, almost silver in the city light, and they watched Alina like he had been expecting her for years. Not surprised. That was bad. She aimed at his chest. "You knew I was coming." "Yes." His voice was low. "Calm. Too calm. Then you know why I'm here." "Yes." "Did you kill my sister?" "No." She fired. The shot cracked through the office. Dmitry moved before she pulled the trigger. The bullet hit the bar mirror behind him, shattering glass into glittering rain. He was on her in 3 strides. Alina fired again. He caught her wrist, twisted the gun away, and slammed her back against the desk hard enough to knock breath from her lungs. The gun dropped. She drove her knee up. He shifted. Not enough. The blow caught his thigh. His mouth tightened. Good. She reached for the blade, hidden in her belt. His hand closed around hers first. Of course. He pinned both her wrists to the desk with one hand and used the other to tip her chin up. Not gently. Not cruelly. Precisely. His eyes moved over her face. Alina stopped breathing. Because he did not look triumphant. He looked haunted. "What?" she snapped. His gaze dropped to her throat. The necklace. Katerina's crescent. Something in his face changed. Pain, maybe. No. That would be too convenient. "Where did you get that?" he asked. "My sister's corpse." His jaw flexed. She was not supposed to have it when they found her. Alina went cold. Found her. Not killed her. Found. Words mattered. She knew that. She hated that. She was dead. Dmitry's eyes lifted to hers. She was declared dead. Alina's heart slammed once. "You expect me to believe that distinction?" "No." "Good. I expect you to keep breathing long enough to learn why it matters." She laughed in his face. Wrong move. Or maybe right. Something flashed in his eyes. Not anger. Something darker. More immediate. Her pulse kicked. His grip tightened on her wrists, then loosened instantly, as if he had caught himself. Interesting. Dangerous. Alina used the shift to jerk one hand free and slap him. The sound cracked through the room. Dmitry's head turned slightly. Slowly, he looked back at her. The air changed. His eyes dropped to her wrist. The cuff had slipped in the struggle. The tattoo showed. A crescent moon wrapped around numbers. His face went utterly still. Alina saw the recognition before he spoke. Not of the tattoo. Of something older. Something that had nothing to do with a file. He took her wrist carefully now. Too carefully. Like touching the mark hurt him. Alina, he said. She went still. He knew her name. Of course he did. Monitoring file. Controlled access. Trap. But then his thumb moved over the numbers, beneath the crescent. His voice roughened. Why do you have Katia's mark? Katia. Not Katerina. Not Voss. Katia. Alina's sister hated everyone who used that nickname except one person. Alina's throat tightened. Dimitri's eyes lifted to hers. For the first time, the dark dawn looked shaken. Not enough for anyone else to see. Enough for her. Before she could answer, the computer behind them beeped. Download complete. Dimitri heard it. So did she. His gaze shifted. Mistake. Alina twisted, grabbed the flash drive from the terminal, and drove her elbow into his ribs. He caught her again, but she had already thrown the drive. It skidded under the sofa. Dimitri cursed in Russian. Then the office lights cut out. Emergency red flooded the room. A voice came through the hidden speakers. Not Galina. Not casino security. Female. Cold. Amused. Contact established. Alina's blood went cold. Dimitri released her and turned toward the ceiling. His face transformed. No longer haunted. No longer controlled. Murderous. Alina, he said, get behind me. She grabbed the gun from the floor instead. No. His jaw tightened. Of course not. The speaker crackled. Rage bond trial active. Alina's stomach turned. Dimitri's eyes snapped to her. Not confusion. Recognition. He knew those words. Or feared them. The voice continued. Female catalyst confirmed. Orlov response pending. The office doors blew inward. Men in black masks entered shooting. Dimitri moved like darkness, had grown teeth. He shoved Alina behind the desk with one arm and fired with the other. A pistol appearing in his hand so fast, she almost missed the draw. Almost. Bullets tore into the walls. Glass exploded from the windows. City wind screamed into the office. Alina dropped behind the desk and grabbed the second gun from beneath it. Of course, the desk had a gun. Mafia men were nothing if not repetitive. A masked man rounded the side. Alina fired. The recoil snapped through her injured arm. The man dropped. Dimitri looked at her once. Not surprised. Not impressed. Assessing. Left side, he said. I see him. Shoot lower. I know how to shoot. You hit high when angry. She hated that he was right. She shot lower. The next man fell. The hidden speaker crackled again. Orlov aggression markers rising. Dimitri's jaw clenched. His shoulders went rigid. Alina saw it. Something was wrong. Not the attack. Him. His breathing changed. Too controlled. Too deep. A vein stood out at his throat. He shot 2 more men, and then slammed a third into the wall barehanded, cracking plaster with the force. The masked man screamed. Dmitri did not stop. "Dmitri," Alina shouted. He stopped. Instantly. Not because she had authority. Because her voice hit something inside him. He turned toward her. His eyes were no longer gray. They were almost black. The air between them tightened. Alina felt it low in her body, violent and unwelcome. Not desire exactly, not fear exactly. A pull, a warning, a lock beginning to close. No, absolutely not. She raised the gun. At him this time. His gaw. Z dropped to the weapon, then back to her face. Something like approval flickered through the darkness. "That will not help," he said. "Against you. Against what they started." The speaker laughed softly. "Beautiful." Dmitri fired into the ceiling. The speaker died. Another activated behind them. Threat escalation recommended. The office side door opened. 2 men dragged in a woman with a hood over her head. Alina's heart stopped. The woman was barefoot. Wrists bound. Dark hair cut short. A crescent necklace tattooed at the base of her throat. Dmitri went still. Alina could not breathe. "No, no." The men pulled off the hood. Katerina Voss blinked into the red emergency light. Alive, bruised, terrified. Her eyes found Alina. "Alina." The world broke. Dmitri moved first. A sound tore from his chest. Not human. Not fully. The office seemed to shrink around him. The rage bond, if that was what the speaker had called it, snapped awake like an animal breaking chain. Every masked man in the room lifted a gun. Not at Dmitri. At Katerina. Alina aimed with shaking hands. Dmitri's voice came low and deadly beside her. "Do not miss." She looked at him. He looked like a monster now. A controlled one. Barely. Her sister sobbed once. The closest gunman pressed a barrel to Katerina's head. "Orlov," he said, "down." Dmitri smiled. It was the worst thing Alina had ever seen. "No." Then the penthouse windows shattered inward from the outside. Black ropes dropped from the roof. Men in tactical gear crashed through the glass. Not Cradle. Not Casino. Volkov. Sokolov. Alina saw Roman Sokolov fire through the smoke. Saw Nikolai Volkov drag one attacker away from Katerina. Saw a woman in black Anya shoot the man holding her sister's arm with terrifying precision. The room exploded into war. Dmitri lunged for Katerina. Alina lunged too. Their shoulders hit. The bond, whatever sick thing the cradle circle had begun, flashed between them like a live wire. Both froze for a fraction of a second. Too long. A masked man aimed at Alina. Dmitri threw himself between them. The bullet hit his side. He staggered. Alina caught him before she thought better of it. His blood hit her hands. The pull became a brutal inward hook. Dmitri's eyes locked on hers. "Alina," he said. "Not Katia. Not Voss. Her." Then he looked past her shoulder. His face changed. "Behind you." Alina turned. The masked woman standing near the private elevator was not shooting. She was watching. White scarf, gray coat, empty hands. She smiled when Alina saw her. Then she lifted one finger to her lips. On her wrist was the cradle mark. A cradle split by a knife. Alina raised the gun. The woman vanished into the elevator as the doors closed. Alina fired too late. The bullet hit steel. The office fell into ringing silence broken by groans, alarms, and wind. Katerina collapsed into Anya's arms. Roman secured the door. Nikolai stood over one surviving attacker. Dmitri leaned against Alina, bleeding and furious, still trying to stay upright. Alina looked at her sister. Alive? Then at Dmitri. Not her sister's killer. Maybe. Not innocent either. Definitely not safe. His blood warmed her hands. The pull between them did not fade. It settled deeper, like a threat learning her shape. Dmitri's voice came rough against her ear. You should not have come here. Alina laughed once. It sounded broken. I noticed. His mouth almost curved. Then he looked at her wrist again, at the crescent tattoo, at the blood smeared over both their hands. His face darkened. What did they tell you about me? Alina looked at Katerina, at the files in her bag, at the flash drive beneath the sofa, at the dead men on the floor, at the cradle circle's trap closing around a casino, a dawn, two sisters, and something called a twin protocol. She lifted the gun and pressed it under Dmitri Orlov's jaw. That you murdered my sister. His eyes held hers. And now, her hand shook, only slightly. Now I think you know why they wanted me to believe it. Dmitri's gaze dropped to her mouth, then back to her eyes. The air between them tightened again. Rage, blood, recognition. Trap, he said very softly. Yes. Before Alina could answer, the casino's main alarm died. Every screen in Dmitri's office turned on at once. One message appeared across all of them. Casino trap successful. Oarlo VVSS contact confirmed. Begin twin sequence. Alina's stomach turned to ice. Dmitri stared at the screen, then at her. For the first time, the Dark Dawn looked afraid. Not for himself, for her. End of Chapter 1. Twins for the Dark Dawn. Chapter 2. The Dead Girl's Name. Dmitri Orlov bled, like a man who found it inconvenient. That was Alina's first irrational thought after the screens went black. Not that her dead sister was alive. Not that armed men had attacked Dmitri's penthouse office. Not that every monitor in Black Saint Casino had displayed the words, "Begin twin sequence." No. She noticed the blood. Dark, steady, soaking TH. Rough Dmitri's black shirt where the bullet had torn into his side. He stood as if pain were a minor administrative issue. One hand braced against the edge of his desk, the other still holding a gun. Alina's gun remained under his jaw. Her hand shook now, not from fear, from too many truths arriving at once. Dmitri's gray eyes stayed on hers. Lower the gun, he said. No, Alina. The way he said her name made the pull in her blood tight. She hated that. Behind them, Katerina sobbed once. Small, broken, real. Alina's aim faltered. Dmitri's eyes softened by a fraction. Wrong move. Alina pressed the barrel harder beneath his jaw. Do not look human while my sister is crying. His mouth tightened. I was trying not to look shot. Try harder. His gaze dropped to her mouth. For one dangerous second, the room changed again. Blood, smoke, broken glass, her hand on a gun. his body too close, the strange rage-hot tether between them pulling tight enough to blur the edges. Then Roman Sokolov's voice cut through the office. "Orlov, bleed later. We have movement on the lower floors." The spell broke. Alina stepped back. Not far enough. Dimitri's hand moved toward his wound. He pressed 2 fingers to it, looked at the blood, and seemed more irritated than alarmed. Anya Volkov knelt beside Katerina, wrapping a coat around her shoulders. Katerina's face was pale, her lips cracked, her wrists raw from restraints. Alive? Alina's mind could not make the words sit properly. Katerina looked at her and whispered, "You came." Alina dropped the gun from Dimitri's throat and moved. No strategy, no caution, no revenge, just movement. She fell to her knees in front of her sister and caught Katerina's face between both hands. Keisha, the childhood name, broke something. Katerina cried harder. Alina did not. Not yet. Crying would require a reality stable enough to grieve inside. This was not that. She touched Katerina's cheek, her hair, her throat, the tattoo at the base of her neck. Proof after proof, warm skin, breath, tears. "You were dead," Alina said. Katerina's mouth trembled. "I tried to call you." "Who stopped you?" Katerina's eyes shifted. Not to Dimitri. To the dead, masked men on the floor. Then to the office screens. Then to Dimitri. Alina felt the shift and turned. Dimitri was watching Katerina with an expression so raw it vanished the second Alina caught it. Too late. She had seen. Possession, maybe. No, not possession. Guilt. Worse. "What did you do?" Alina asked. Dimitri's gaze moved to her. "I kept her alive." Katerina flinched. Alina saw it. So did Dimitri. His face tightened. Alina stood slowly. "That is not an answer. It is the only one that matters, while men are still inside my casino. No, the only thing that matters is why my sister had to be dead for you to keep her alive." Nikolai Volkov stepped over a body and looked toward the shattered windows. Discussion later, extraction now. Dimitri's eyes did not leave Alina. "My security level." Roman looked at him, compromised. "My old vault level. Accessible." Through the private elevator. "The elevator your cradle woman vanished into?" Alina asked. Dimitri's mouth hardened. "Yes." "Excellent. Let's all walk into the obvious trap." Anya looked up from Katerina. "There may not be another route." Alina glanced at her. Anya Volkov looked composed in a way only deeply exhausted women could. Smoke in her hair, guns still in one hand, eyes like she had seen every room under hell and had started taking notes. "You're the bride," Alina said. Anya's mouth curved faintly. "Which one?" "Fair." Before Alina could answer, Katerina swayed. Dimitri moved instantly. So did Alina. Their hands reached Katerina at the same time. Dimitri caught Katerina's shoulder. Alina caught his wrist. The moment she touched him, the thing between them surged. Violent, hot, wronged. Dimitri froze. Alina did too. Katerina looked between them with drugged confusion. Anya noticed. Nikolai noticed. Roman noticed. Of course they all noticed. Mafia families apparently specialized in recognizing biological disasters. Alina yanked her hand away. Dmitri released Katerina, as if Alina's touch had burned through him. "She needs a doctor," he said. Alina's laugh came out sharp. "A doctor? From which underground fertility dungeon?" Dmitri looked at Roman. Roman's face went cold. "Levina is at the estate." Alina narrowed her eyes. "Who is Levina?" "A doctor who hates all of us," Anya said. "Useful credential." Katerina gripped Alina's hand. "Alina," she whispered. Alina turned back instantly. "I'm here." "Don't trust." Her eyes rolled back. Alina's heart stopped. "Keisha." Katerina collapsed forward. Alina caught her. Dmitri said one word in Russian. Not a curse. A command. Men moved. Anya checked Katerina's pulse. Alive, sedated or drug crash. Dmitri's jaw clenched. They kept her on stabilizers. Alina looked up slowly. "You knew that?" "Yes." Her blood went cold. "You knew she was being drugged." "I knew she had been drugged when my men found her." "Found her where?" "Alina." She stood, leaving Katerina in Anya's care, and grabbed Dmitri's blood-soaked shirt. The bond snapped tight again. His pupils darkened. Her pulse kicked. She ignored both. "Where did you find my dead sister?" Dmitri looked down at her hands, fisted in his shirt. Then back at her face. His voice came low. "In a cradle transport, van outside my casino." The answer hit hard enough to loosen her grip. "What?" 8 months ago. That was the night she died. That was the night they wanted you to believe she died. Alina shook her head. "No. The report. The body. The funeral. The necklace. The ashes." Her sister's ashes sat in a ceramic urn on Alina's bedroom shelf. She had spoken to them, apologized to them, promised revenge over them. "You're lying." "I wish I were." A gunshot cracked from below. Then another. Roman looked toward the private corridor. "We need to move." Nikolai nodded. "Now." Dmitri pulled a key card from his pocket and handed it to Anya. "Take Katerina. Private elevator, sublevel -3, old vault. Code is 6692. Anya took it. "You." "I'll cover." Alina snapped. "No." Everyone looked at her. She lifted her gun. "I'm not leaving you with the man I came here to kill." Dmitri's mouth almost moved. "Almost. You are welcome to attempt murder after your sister is safe." "Generous." "I have moments." Roman interrupted. "Orlov, you are bleeding through your shirt." Dmitri glanced down, not fatally. Mila's voice came through Roman's calm, rough with static. "That is what all stupid men say before falling over." Roman's face changed at the sound. Alina noticed despite everything. "Interesting." Roman pressed the calm. "You're supposed to be with Lev." "I am with Lev. You are on speaker. Also, you're all idiots." Anya looked briefly amused. Nikolai said, "Mila status." "Safe room locked manually." "Lev stable." "The casino channel is jammed, but Marta patched me through the old Volkov line." "Also, Roman, the canister-tagged Sokolov-Mikhailova sibling is broadcasting from somewhere inside Black Saint." Roman went very still. Dmitri's eyes sharpened. "A canister." Alina looked between them. "What canister?" Roman did not answer. His face had gone dead calm, in a way that made Alina's skin prickle. Nikolai said, "The circle sent one of Roman's frozen embryos here." Alina's mouth went dry. Frozen embryo. Casino trap. Twin sequence. She looked at the screens, now black. What exactly is the cradle circle? Dimitri's eyes returned to her. The reason your sister was declared dead. Alina lifted the gun again. Then start explaining faster. Another explosion rocked the lower casino. The floor trembled. Dimitri's wound reopened under his hand. He hissed once. Katerina moaned from the floor. That ended the argument. For now, the private elevator descended with 6 armed people. 1 unconscious sister, 1 bleeding Dawn, and enough distrust to choke the air. Alina stood in the corner with her gun still in her hand. Dimitri stood opposite her, one shoulder against the wall, shirt wet with blood, face too pale under the controlled mask. Katerina lay in Roman's arms. That had nearly started another fight. Dimitri had moved to lift her. Alina had blocked him. Roman had simply said, "I am not bleeding from the side," picked Katerina up, and stepped into the elevator. Roman Sokolov was either brave or very tired. Possibly both. Anya stood beside Katerina, monitoring her breathing. Nikolai stood by the elevator controls. Alexei, appearing from nowhere with a rifle and a grim expression, covered the doors. The elevator lights flickered. Alina watched Dimitri. He watched her right back. Not her gun. Her face. That bothered her. Men usually watched weapons. Dimitri watched the person holding one. The elevator dropped below the casino floor. VIP. Security. Service. Sublevel 1. Sublevel 2. Alina's earpiece remained dead. Galina was either jammed, gone, or dead. One more problem she could not afford to feel yet. Dimitri's eyes moved to the necklace at Alina's throat. Katerina's crescent. "Do not look at it," Alina said. His gaze lifted. "She gave that to you." "The police did." His jaw tightened. "They found it on the decoy body." Alina's chest went cold. Decoy body. The phrase was too much. Too clinical. Too possible. "You are saying the body at my sister's funeral was not my sister?" "Yes." "You expect me to believe you recognized that, but let me bury a stranger." "No." "Good. I expect you to understand. I did not know until after." "After what?" "After you disappeared from public records for 3 weeks." Alina went still. "I never disappeared." Dimitri's eyes sharpened. Nikolai turned slightly. Roman's gaze moved from Katerina to Alina. Anya said quietly, "You did." Alina's grip tightened on the gun. "Excuse me." Anya's expression was careful. The file in Dimitri's office had You monitored. There was a gap after Katerina's funeral." "No." Dimitri's voice lowered. "Your apartment went dark. Your bank card stopped. Your phone was off. No work access. No cameras caught you." Alina's pulse beat hard. "That's impossible." "Where were you?" "At home." "For 3 weeks." Alina opened her mouth. Stopped. "The funeral. The urn. The necklace. The grief." Then she remembered lying on the bathroom floor with Katerina's sweater pressed to her face. She remembered vodka. Rained. No, not rained. Static. A white light behind her eyes. A woman's voice saying, "Not yet. Let revenge mature." Alina's stomach turned. "No." Dimitri's expression changed. He recognized the look. Of course he did. He had his own missing pieces. Everyone in this cursed series of men apparently did. False memory, Anya said softly. Elena's eyes cut to her. Anya did not flinch. They used it on my brother. Roman said, and on Mila. Dimitri's mouth hardened. They may have used it on you. Elena laughed. It came out wrong. Wonderful, so my grief may be artificial too. No, Anya said. The answer was immediate. Elena looked at her. Anya's eyes were steady. What they did around it may be artificial. The grief was yours. The elevator fell silent. That answer did not comfort, but it landed somewhere solid. The elevator stopped at sublevel -3. The doors opened onto a corridor older than the casino above. No velvet, no gold, bare concrete, steel beams, emergency lights, old vault doors built into the walls. Black Saint's glittering sin ended upstairs. Down here, money became metal, locks, guns, and blood. Dimitri pushed off the wall and almost collapsed. Elena moved before thinking. She caught his arm. The bond struck, not as sharp this time. Deeper, a brutal pulse of awareness that made the elevator seem too small even after the doors opened. Dimitri looked down at her hand, then at her. You keep doing that, he said. What? Saving men you hate. She released him. He staggered half an inch, caught himself, and said nothing. Good. She hated him again properly. Almost. Alexei cleared the corridor. Vault door secure. Dimitri entered the code. The vault opened. Inside was not cash. It was a war room. Screens, weapons, medical cot, old paper ledgers, a secure server rack, emergency food, private elevator controls, a locked glass case containing drives and passports. And on the center table, glowing under a portable thermal unit, sat a cryogenic canister. Red thread tag. Elena looked at Roman. His face had become stone. He crossed the room, slowly, as if approaching a child, sleeping on the edge of a cliff. The tag read, Esokeolovia, reserved sibling. Transit destination, Black Saint Casino. Status, stable. Roman's hand hovered over the glass. Did not touch. Mila's voice crackled through the comm. Is it there? Roman's jaw flexed. Yes. Silence. Then Mila exhaled. Elena, Anya said softly. That canister is another stolen child. Elena swallowed. Another. How many times could a person hear that word before it lost meaning? Dimitri leaned against the table, one hand pressed to his wound. Why send it here? Nikolai scanned the canister tag. To pull Roman into the Orlov protocol. Roman looked up, and it worked. No, Mila said through the comm. It failed halfway. You found the canister before it was used. Roman's face shifted faintly at her voice. Elena noticed. Again, Dimitri noticed her noticing. His mouth almost moved. She glared. He wisely did not comment. Katerina moaned on the medical cot where Roman had placed her. Anya and Marta's remote guidance helped check her pulse, eyes, and drug response. She was alive, but heavily sedated. Elena stood beside her sister and tried to reconcile the person breathing on the cot with the ashes in her apartment. Dimitri came closer. Alina lifted the gun without looking. Stay back. He stopped. She will wake confused. You know from experience. Yes. That answer hit harder than expected. Alina turned. Dimitri's face remained controlled, but his eyes were on Katerina with a grief that looked old. Too old for a man who claimed only to have found her. You cared about her, Alina said. Dimitri's jaw tightened. I protected her. Not the same. No. Did you love her? The question left her before she decided whether she wanted the answer. The room went quiet. Roman looked at the canister like it required deep study. Nikolai suddenly found the server rack interesting. Anya's eyes sharpened. Dimitri looked at Alina. No. Too fast. Or maybe not fast enough. Alina's mouth hardened. You lie badly for a professional criminal. His eyes cooled. I do not lie badly. You do to me. That silenced him. Interesting. The bond moved again. Lower this time, almost like recognition sharpening its teeth. Dimitri looked away first. Not surrender. Calculation. She was under my protection, he said. That is different. Alina laughed softly. Men keep using that word like it washes be. Lewd. It does not. Then why did she need protection from you? His face closed. There. A locked door. Alina had found several tonight. She planned to break all of them. Katerina stirred. Alina. Alina turned instantly. I'm here. Katerina's eyes opened halfway. Dazed. Unfocused. She looked at Alina. Then past her. At Dimitri. Panic flashed across her face. No, she whispered. Don't let him. Alina lifted the gun toward Dimitri again. Dimitri did not move. Katerina shook harder. Don't let him give me back. The room froze. Alina's grip tightened. Give me back. Not hurt me. Not kill me. Give me back. Dimitri's expression turned grim. I didn't. Katerina's eyes filled with tears. You said you could hide me. I did. Then why did they find me? Dimitri's jaw clenched. No answer. Alina's voice lowered. Dimitri. He looked at her. She held the gun steady. Why did the cradle circle find my sister in your custody? His eyes held hers. Because someone inside my house sold her location. Alina's blood went cold. Who? Dimitri looked toward the vault door. Before he could answer, the war room screens turned on. All at once, a woman appeared on them. White scarf, gray coat, the woman from the elevator. She smiled. Hello, Dimitri. Dimitri went still. Not fear. Recognition. Alina saw it. Of course. You know her. The woman's smile widened. She does not remember me, the woman said, looking at Alina through the screen. But you do, don't you, Don Orlov? Dimitri's voice dropped. Mara. Katerina whimpered. Alina turned toward her sister. Katerina's face had gone white. No, she whispered. The woman on screen tilted her head. Mara Orlov, she said, once wife, then widow, then inconvenience. Alina looked at Dimitri. Wife. His face did not move. Katerina started crying. Dimitri's voice was flat, former. Mara laughed softly. Declared dead, actually. Your circle of women has so many dead girls walking tonight, almost poetic. Alina's stomach turned. Another dead woman alive. Another false death. Another story with a trap under it. Mara's gaze shifted to Alina. You came to avenge a sister who was not dead, seduce a Dawn who is not innocent, and wake a bond that should have stayed buried. Alina raised her gun toward the screen. Where are you? Close enough. Dmitri stepped forward. What do you want? Mara smiled at him. That smile was intimate enough to make Alina's skin tighten. Still so direct, I missed that. Alina hated the heat that flashed through her. Not jealousy. Absolutely not. A reaction. The bond, maybe. Some cradle-engineered, possessive nonsense. She crushed it. Mara continued. The cradle circle wants Alina. Nikolai wants the files. Roman wants his frozen little problem. You want to keep pretending you save women by locking them under casinos. Dmitri's face hardened. What do you want? He repeated. Mara's smile died. I want the sister you hid, the woman you lured, and the canister you were foolish enough to receive. Katerina started shaking. Alina moved closer to her. No. Mara's eyes shifted to Alina. You say that with conviction. Good. Conviction makes the body respond better. Alina's stomach tightened. Dmitri's hand closed into a fist. Mara said, You should know, Alina, that your sister's false death was not meant to bring you here immediately. Revenge needed time to ripen. Fear, grief, isolation. A little memory work. Alina stopped breathing. Mara's gaze sharpened. Do you remember the 3 weeks after the funeral? Static filled Alina's skull. White light. A woman's voice. Not yet. Let revenge mature. Alina lifted the gun. Her hand shook now. Mara smiled. There she is. Dmitri stepped in front of Alina. The motion was automatic. Protective. Infuriating. Alina grabbed his arm to shove him aside. The bond exploded. Not metaphor. It hit them both hard enough that Dmitri's breath left him and Alina's knees nearly weakened. Rage, fear, blood, recognition. Everything fused into one violent inward pull. Katerina gasped. Anya whispered, Alina, let go. Alina released Dmitri instantly. Dmitri staggered half a step and caught the table. His wound bled harder. Mara watched with open delight. Excellent, Orlov response confirmed. Dmitri lifted his gun and shot the screen. It shattered. Every other screen stayed on. Mara laughed from all of them. Breaking glass again. It never works, darling. Alina's pulse hammered. Darling. Dmitri's former wife. Cradle operative. Dead woman alive. Casino trap. Twin sequence. The story had too many women and too many graves. Alina wanted to burn the whole script. Mara's face filled the center screen. Your vault will open in 4 minutes. My people are already in the lower access tunnels. If you run, we take the girl. If you fight, we take the canister. If Dmitri loses control, we get the bond data. Any outcome is useful. Nikolai said coldly, not any. Mara's eyes moved to him. Ah, the Volkov king, still pretending consent makes biology less hungry. Anya stepped into view. It makes men less pathetic. For 1 second, Mara's smile faltered. Alina liked Anya more each time she spoke. Mara recovered quickly, and the queen-line bride How crowded this little vault has become. Roman's voice cut in. You have one chance to walk away from the Sokolov canister. Mara looked toward him. The father growls, adorable. Roman's face turned deadly. Mara's smile sharpened. Mila Arden is listening, isn't she? Roman went still. The calm crackled. Mila's voice came cold and clear. Yes. Good, Mara said. Then listen carefully, Nurse Arden. The sibling canister is stable for 6 hours outside primary storage. After that, your little lion's only full genetic match begins to fail. Roman's hand closed around the edge of the table. Mila said nothing. Mara looked back at Dmitri. 4 minutes, choose your losses. The screens went black. Silence crashed into the vault. Then the countdown appeared on the main monitor. 0400. Alina looked at Dmitri. Tell me there is another way out. There is. Good. It crosses the lower tunnel she just mentioned. Less good. Roman lifted the canister carefully. Then we split. No, Nikolai said. That is what she wants. Alina looked at Katerina. Her sister was awake enough to understand terror, not enough to walk. Dmitri saw the calculation. No, he said. Alina's eyes snapped to his. You do not command me. I am not letting you carry her through a gunfight. She is my sister, and the reason they can move you. Alina stepped toward him. The bond stirred instantly. Dmitri stopped breathing for half a second. Good. Let him hurt too. You keep speaking like I'm cargo, she said. His eyes darkened. You are the target. That is not better. His jaw tightened. Then, visibly, he corrected course. They want you reacting. They want me reacting to you reacting. They want your sister helpless, Roman desperate, Nikolai split, Anya exposed. They want us to make emotional decisions in separate directions. Alina paused. Annoying. That was not wrong. So what do you suggest? Dmitri looked at the countdown. 0321. My old vault has one exit they do not know. Nikolai looked at him. You said the tunnel. I lied. Alina laughed once. Dmitri glanced at her. Professionally. Still badly. His mouth almost curved. Almost. Then he crossed to the icon wall and pulled down a small painting of Saint Olga. Behind it was a steel panel. Alina stared. Your panic room has a panic room. My father had trust issues. Reasonable family trait. Dmitri entered a code. The panel opened to reveal a narrow black passage. Cold air breathed out. Anya looked inside. Where does it lead? Old counting room, then parking tunnel. Roman lifted Katerina with one arm while securing the canister case with the other. Alina moved to take her sister. Roman gave her a look. She gave one back. He said, You shoot better with both hands. Fair. Annoying again. They entered the passage. Dmitri went first, despite bleeding. Alina followed behind him, with her gun raised. The passage was narrow enough that every step kept her too close to his back. She could smell smoke, blood, and expensive cologne on him. Her body noticed. Her mind threatened violence. The bond hummed low. Dmitri did not look back. Good. He knew better. Behind them, the vault countdown reached 1 minute. They moved faster. The passage ended at a circular room lined with old safes and coin scales. The counting room, dusty, windowless. One low door led into darkness. Dmitri opened it. A gunshot cracked from the other side. The bullet hit his shoulder. He staggered back. Alina fired over his arm and hit the shooter in the throat. Dmitri looked at her. "You hit lower." "I listen under pressure." "Good." The word did something ridiculous inside her. She ignored it. They pushed through. The parking tunnel beyond was chaos. Volkov men engaged cradle attackers near the far exit. 2 SUVs idled with doors open. Smoke rolled from the east side where another vehicle burned. Roman got Katerina into the first SUV. Anya slid in beside her. Nikolai covered them. Roman secured the canister in a medical case and handed it to one of his men with a look that made the man stand straighter by instinct. Alina turned toward Dmitri. "You're leaking." "Still not fatally. Your standards are low. My enemies are persistent." A shot hit the pillar beside her. Dmitri grabbed her waist and pulled her behind him. The bond snapped tight. She shoved him. He released her instantly. "Stop moving me. Stop standing where bullets are going. Stop bleeding on my revenge." His mouth almost moved. Then he swayed. "Not much. Enough." Alina caught him before he fell. This time, he leaned into her for half a second. Only half. But she felt the weight of him. The heat. The blood. The restraint cracking through pain. His lips brushed near her ear as he spoke. "Katia." Alina went still. The wrong name, H. It harder than the bullet. She shoved him back. "What did you call me?" Dmitri's face changed immediately. "Alina." "No," her voice went cold. "You said Katia." Katerina, half conscious in the SUV, turned her head weakly. Dmitri's jaw tightened. "Alina." She raised the gun. "Why did you call me my sister's name?" The gunfight blurred around them. Roman shouted something. Nikolai returned fire. Anya yelled for Alina to get in the car. Alina heard none of it. Only Dmitri. Only that name. Katia. The dead girl's name. The living girl's name. The sister he had hidden. The woman he had not loved. The woman he had somehow mistaken for Alina at the worst possible moment. Dmitri's eyes held hers. No lie came fast enough. "Good. Let truth bleed." "Because when I first saw you," he said, voice rough, "I thought they had sent her back to me." Alina's breath caught. "Back to you." His face hardened. Not at her. At himself. She was mine to protect. "You said that already." "I failed." The words landed. Simple. Ugly. Not enough. Before Alina could answer, the vault level exploded behind them. The blast rolled through the tunnel, throwing smoke and dust across the parking level. Dmitri pulled her down by instinct. She let him this time because the ceiling cracked overhead. Concrete rained over them. Roman shouted, "Move." Dmitri dragged himself upright and shoved Alina toward the SUV. She got in. He did not. He turned back toward the smoke. Alina snapped, "What are you doing?" "Mara is still inside." "So?" He looked at her. "If she walks out, she takes the next woman." Damn him. Damn the line because it worked. Damn the part of her that understood. Alina climbed back out. Dmitri's eyes flashed. "No. There it is. You are not following me. I am not following you. She lifted the gun. I am hunting the woman who rewrote my grief. He stared at her for 1 second, then impossibly smiled. Not fully, not safely. A dark, brief curve that made the bond pull hard enough to steal her breath. Then stay left, he said. Why? I shoot right. Together, they turned toward the smoke. Behind them, Katerina cried out Alina's name. Alina did not look back. If she did, she might stop. And if she stopped now, Mara Orlov would disappear into another false death. Another tunnel. Another room where women became stories men argued over. No more. Alina followed Dmitri into the smoke, with her sister's name still burning between them. Not because she trusted him, because for 1 terrible second, when he called her Katia, she had heard the truth beneath the mistake. Dmitri Orlov was not haunted by her sister's death. He was haunted by her survival. End of Chapter 2. Twins for the Dark Dawn. Chapter 3. The Dawn's Prisoner. Smoke swallowed the parking tunnel. Alina followed Dmitri into it anyway. Not because she trusted him. Not because she had forgotten the gun in her hand, or the name he had said against her ear. Katia. Her sister's name. Her dead sister's name. Her living sister's name. The mistake sat under Alina's skin like a hooked wire. Dmitri moved ahead of her, bleeding from side and shoulder, still somehow lethal enough to make the smoke itself seem cautious around him. His gun stayed raised. His body stayed angled slightly in front of hers. Alina hated that. She hated more that she kept using the cover. Left, he said. I remember. You say that like people always listen while being shot at. They probably don't listen to you because of your personality, or because they are dead. Also possible. His mouth almost moved. Almost. Then he stopped so sharply Alina nearly hit his back. A shape lay ahead in the smoke. Woman. Gray coat. White scarf. Alina raised her gun. Dmitri lowered his. No. Alina's pulse sharpened. What do you mean no? Too easy. The woman on the floor did not move. Alina stepped around Dmitri before he could stop her and crouched beside the body. Not Mara. Younger, dark-haired, dead-eyed, a black cradle mark tattooed beneath her ear. A decoy. Of course. Alina searched the coat quickly. Nothing in the pockets, except a casino access card and a folded paper. She opened it. One-lined. The Don always protects the wrong woman first. Dmitri read it over her shoulder. Something in his face closed. Alina stood. What does that mean? It means Mara knows where to cut. No, it means she thinks I'll ask what it means. Then don't. I'm asking. Dmitri looked toward the far tunnel exit. Later. You keep saying later like I'm still available for scheduling. He turned back to her. Smoke moved between them. His blood had darkened his shirt, nearly black. His face was pale now, his jaw locked tight enough that pain had to be chewing through him. And still, when his eyes found hers, the pull returned. Not gentle, not sweet. A rage-hot tether threaded through blood and gun smoke. Alina refused to step closer. Her body considered mutiny. She's gone, Dmitri said. Myra. Yes. You're sure? She wanted us here long enough to separate us from the others. His gaze cut over her face, then toward the SUV tunnel behind them. We go back. To Katerina. Yes. The fact that he said her sister's name with care made Alina want to strike him. Care did not absolve. Care did not explain the false grave, the forged debt, the ashes on Alina's shelf. But care complicated hatred. She disliked complications. They started back through the tunnel. Halfway, Alina saw the flash drive. Her flash drive. It must have skidded from someone's pocket during the explosion. It lay near a broken pillar, black casing cracked but intact. Dmitri saw her looking. No. Alina was already moving. Alina. She dove, grabbed the drive, and rolled behind a concrete block as 2 shots cracked through the smoke. Dmitri fired back without hesitation. One cradle operative fell from a maintenance catwalk overhead. Another vanished into the smoke. Dmitri grabbed Alina by the arm and hauled her upright. The bond slammed awake. Her knees nearly softened. His hand tightened, then released. Instantly. Do you enjoy trying to die? He snapped. She lifted the drive. I enjoy evidence. You almost took a bullet for a piece of plastic. This piece of plastic may explain why my sister had to die while breathing. His expression shifted. Not anger now. Something colder. Give it to me. No. Alina. There it is, the dawn voice. This is not a negotiation. Everything is a negotiation if both people are armed. His eyes darkened. She smiled without warmth. Then his hand moved. Fast. He did not grab the drive. He caught her wrist, lifted it, and scanned the blood dripping from her sleeve. You reopened your wound. Your concern is touching. My concern is practical. Bleeding people slow down. Then stop getting shot beside me. He looked at her. For 1 second, the smoke, the dead woman, the cradle note, all of it seemed to fall away. His thumb rested near her pulse. Not on the tattoo. Near it. He noticed the distinction. So did she. Dmitri. His eyes lifted. She meant to say let go. Instead, the elevator doors at the far end of the tunnel opened. Roman Sokolov stood inside with Katerina in his arms, Anya beside him, Nikolai behind them, and irritation written across all their faces. Roman looked at Dmitri's hand on Alina's wrist, then at Dmitri's bleeding side. Touching also stupid, get in. Dmitri released her. Alina stepped into the elevator first because she refused to be hurted. Dmitri followed. The doors closed just as another shot hit the outer frame. The elevator rose. No one spoke for 3 floors. Katerina lay unconscious against Roman's chest, wrapped in Anya's coat. Her face looked younger asleep. Less like the ghost Alina had buried. More like the girl who had once stolen Alina's eyeliner and lied badly about it. Alina's throat burned. Dmitri watched Katerina too. Alina saw him. Stop, she said. His gaze shifted. Stop what? Looking guilty before explaining. His mouth tightened. You have strict preferences for hostage etiquette. You are not my hostage. No, you keep aiming guns at me for recreation. Roman looked at Nikolai. They are worse than you and Anya. Anya said, no one is worse than us. Nikolai almost smiled. Alina ignored them. Where are we taking her? Dmitri answered, my private suite. No. Yes. My sister needs a doctor, not your bedroom. My suite has a secure medical room. Convenient. It is a casino owned by a paranoid criminal. At least you're self-aware. Dimitri's gaze sharpened. Katerina cannot be moved through the public floor. The casino is compromised. My suite is sealed against internal security breach and against leaving. A pause. There. Alina's mouth hardened. Thought so. The elevator stopped before Dimitri answered. The doors opened onto a private residential level. Not the penthouse office. This was lower, quieter, warmer. A corridor of dark wood, soft lighting, and armed guards waiting with rifles drawn. 2 women in medical uniforms stood beside a rolling stretcher. Not casino girls, not cradle. Orlov staff. Maybe. Alina aimed at them anyway. Dimitri did not stop her. Interesting. Who are they? She asked. My people. That means nothing. It means they are alive, because they do not betray me. Your house already betrayed Katerina. His face closed. Again the wound. Good. Let him bleed there too. Dimitri looked at the older nurse. No sedatives unless Alina approves. Alina went still. The nurse nodded, understood Don Orlov. Alina looked at him. He did not look back. Roman placed Katerina carefully on the stretcher. Anya stayed beside her, checking the IV line one nurse inserted with swift efficiency. Alina moved with them. Dimitri did too. She blocked him at the suite doors. No, Alina, you stay where I can see you. That is exactly where I intend to be. The answer landed wrong. Too direct. Too weighted. She looked away first. Dimitri entered a code. The suite doors opened. Alina stepped inside and stopped despite herself. Dmitri Orlov's private suite looked nothing like the casino below. No gold. No chandeliers. No saint chained to a ceiling. The room was dark, sparse, and almost monastic. Black stone fireplace. Low leather furniture. Walls lined with old ledgers, maps, and religious icons. Floor to ceiling, windows showed the city and the river beyond, but every pane looked reinforced. Beautiful. Cold. Defensive. A private prison for a man who trusted no door but his own. To the right, double doors opened into a medical room. To the left, another locked hallway led deeper into the suite. Alina noted every exit. Dimitri noticed her noticing. 3 doors, he said. 4 if the window glass breaks. It does not. Everything breaks eventually. His eyes held hers. Yes. The medical team rolled Katerina into the side room. Alina followed. Dimitri stopped at the threshold. Again, interesting. He did not enter until Alina turned and said, "You can stand there." Hands visible. Roman muttered, "I like her." Nikolai replied, "You would." Dimitri ignored both. Katerina stirred when the nurse cut away the restraints from her wrists. Alina took her hand. Keisha. Her sister's lashes fluttered. "Don't let him give me back," she whispered again. Alina leaned closer. Who? Katerina's eyes moved toward Dimitri. Alina's spine stiffened. Dimitri's face did not change, but his hand tightened once against the doorframe. Keisha who? Alina asked. Katerina swallowed. Marva. The name left the room colder. Alina looked at Dimitri. His mouth hardened. Katerina's fingers clutched Alina's. Mara said he would trade me if you came. I didn't, Dmitri said. Katerina flinched at his voice. Alina turned on him. Out. Dmitri did not argue. He stepped back into the main room. That unsettled Alina more than resistance would have. She expected command, control, a locked jaw, and a masculine refusal to leave his own medical room. Instead, he left because Katerina was afraid. Damn him. Damn every decent choice that made the monstrous ones harder to weigh. The nurse cleaned Katerina's wrists. Anya stood on the other side of the bed, watching the medication labels. Alina looked at her. Do you trust these people? No. Good. I trust Dmitri wants your sister alive. Alina laughed softly. That is not the same. No. Anya's honesty made her difficult to dislike. Katerina drifted under the edge of consciousness, while the nurse checked vitals, drew blood, and documented bruises. Alina held her hand through all of it. Finally, the older nurse looked up. She has been given a long-acting sedative and endocrine stabilizers. Alina's stomach tightened. Endocrine. Anya's face changed. The nurse hesitated. Alina's voice sharpened. Say it. The nurse looked toward the door. Dmitri was not in the room, but everyone still looked for him before speaking. Alina hated that. Say it to me, she ordered. The nurse lowered her voice. The pattern resembles cradle hormone conditioning. It may have been used to regulate fertility response, fear response, or chemical dependency. Alina's blood turned cold. Katerina, her little sister, drugged, hidden, declared dead, moved through vans, used in a protocol Alina still did not understand. Alina stood. Anya caught her arm before she reached the door. Alina, move. No. The word was soft, firm. Alina turned on her. If you think being another kidnapped bride gives you authority. No, Anya said. It gives me experience. That stopped her. Anya released her arm. If you go out there with rage first, Dmitri becomes useful to the bond and useless to the truth. Alina stared. I don't have a bond. Anya's expression did not change. Alina. No. Fine, do not call it that. Call it a trap that activates when your anger touches his guilt. Alina's mouth closed. That was too accurate. She hated accurate women. Anya nodded toward Katerina. Ask questions first. Shoot later if deserved. Alina looked at her sister. Then at the door. Fine. Questions. First. Dmitri stood near the windows in the main room, while Roman patched the bullet wound in his side, with the impatient efficiency of a man who had no bedside manner and many field experiences. Nikolai inspected the sweet security feed. Alex was already trying to crack the damaged flash drive. The Sokolov canister sat inside a portable thermal case on the central table, guarded by two men and Roman's attention, even when he pretended not to watch it. Alina entered the room. Dmitri looked up. Roman tied off the bandage too tight on purpose. Dmitri did not flinch. Alina lifted the stolen files from her bag and threw them on the table. My sister's false death, my monitoring file, twin protocol, you had all of it in your office. Dmitri picked up his shirt from the back of a chair and pulled it on despite the bandages. Not all. That is not your defense. It is a correction. I don't care. You should. She stepped closer. The bond stirred. She ignored it. You had a file on me. Yes. You knew I was coming. Yes. You let me. Yes. Roman sighed. This will go well. Dmitri looked at him. You are welcome to leave. With my canister in the room. No. Alina pointed at Dmitri. Why? He held her gaze. Because if I stopped you before contact, the circle would send you somewhere I could not control. Control, she laughed. There it is. Control of the room, not you. Convenient distinction. Necessary one. Nikolai glanced briefly at Anya. Alina caught it. Anya did too. The room had too many men, learning the same lesson too late. Dmitri continued. Mara wanted you in my casino. I let the trap close where I had cameras, exits, and guns. And still, she got into your vault. Yes. That answer came hard. No evasion. Good. She preferred enemies, who did not waste time lying badly. Who sold Katerina's location? Alina asked. Dmitri's eyes sharpened. Not surprise. He had expected the question. My wife. Alina went very still. Mara. Former wife. She just called herself a widow. Declared. Everyone in this world is declared dead, except the dead people. Dmitri's mouth tightened. That is unfortunately accurate. Alina folded her arms. Explain. Dmitri looked toward the medical room doors. Katerina slept beyond them. When my father died, the Orlov house fractured. Mara married me as part of a truce between two factions. She came with money, soldiers, and cradle connections I did not understand then. You married a cradle operative. I married a woman whose family controlled hospital debt, casino laundering channels, and enough votes inside my own house to start a civil war. How romantic. It was not. Did she know Katerina? Dmitri's gaze returned to Elena. Yes. The answer hit too softly. Elena stepped closer. How? Katerina came to Black Saint investigating accounts. Like you, less cautious, more trusting. Elena's throat tightened. That was Keisha. Always softer where Elena had edges. Always believing one good conversation could change a locked door. She found transfers from my casino to Eden Cradle Shell accounts, Dmitri said. I found her breaking into my old debt servers. Elena's fingers curled. What did you do? I detained her. Of course. Then she showed me what she found. And you believed her. No. Elena laughed once. At least you're honest. I thought she was sent by a rival house. Then Mara tried to have her killed. The room went still. Dmitri's voice remained controlled, but the words carried old blood. My men intercepted a van outside the casino. Inside was Katerina, sedated, beaten, and carrying a drive with Eden payment routes. Elena's chest tightened. The night she died. The night a body was placed in her apartment. Elena gripped the back of a chair. She hated how plausible it sounded. Hated more that it matched the files. What body? Dmitri looked away. Only briefly. A woman from Eden's lower ward. Similar build. Face damaged before police arrived. Elena's stomach turned. The ashes on her shelf. The body she had mourned. Another woman. Another nameless woman, used as stage dressing in the Circle's theater. Anya's face went cold. Nikolai's too. Roman said nothing, but his jaw locked. Alina forced air into her lungs. And you let me bury her. Dimitri's eyes came back to hers. I did not know you were her sister until after the false death spread. Liar. No. Katerina had my name in her phone, my picture, Mara wiped her phone before the van was intercepted. Alina stopped. Dimitri took one step closer. Not too close. Enough. When Katerina woke, she did not remember you at first. Alina's throat closed. What? She remembered numbers, the tattoo, a crescent necklace. The name Alina came later. No. Alina looked toward the medical room. Her sister's voice returned. Don't let him give me back. She was memory worked, Alina said. Dimitri nodded once. Yes. And you hid her. Yes. From me. Yes. The word cut clean. Alina lifted her hand and slapped him. Hard. His head turned. No one moved. Alina's palm burned. The bond flashed. Dimitri looked back at her slowly. His eyes had gone darker. Not angry. Or not only angry. The pull between them tightened, sparked by violence, grief, blood, proximity. He stayed still. Good. Let him prove he could. I deserved that, he said. Alina's laugh came out thin. How generous. I did not tell you, because I did not know if the circle had conditioned you to. She went cold. You knew. I suspected, after your 3-week disappearance. And you still let me walk in here tonight. Because Mara activated the field event. If I stayed away from you, she would force contact another way. Everything with you is control. Yes. At least he did not deny it. Alina's voice dropped. And what am I now? A field event, a female catalyst. Dimitri's jaw tightened. No. Then why do I feel something every time I touch you? The question silenced the room. Alexei looked down at the flash drive. Roman looked toward the canister. Anya watched Alina carefully. Dimitri did not look away. Because they started something, he said. Started? Rage bond trial. You know what that means. Enough. Explain. His eyes hardened. It was an old Orlov protocol. The circle tried to build after Volkov bonding failed under force. They believed Orlov men responded less to bloodline exposure and more to threat escalation. Alina's mouth went dry. Threat, fear, rage, protective aggression, rival claim scenarios. Claim. The word hit wrong. Dimitri saw it. His voice roughened. Their word, not mine. Convenient. Alina. Do not soften your voice around ugly words. His jaw flexed. Fine. They believed if a targeted woman was placed in danger in front of a compatible male, the male response could be weaponized into a bond. Alina's stomach turned. Katerina with a gun to her head. Alina in the office. The masked attackers. Dimitri's violent shift when she was threatened. All of it. Set design. Medical theater. Compatible, she said. Dimitri did not answer fast enough. Alina laughed once. No. Alina. No. The word came out sharp enough to cut. I am not compatible with you. I came here to destroy you. I noticed. Then stop looking like that. Like what? Like I matter. His face changed. For the first time since she entered the casino, Dmitry Orlov looked genuinely unguarded. Only for half a second. "Enough." "You do," he said. The words landed too hard. Alina stepped back. "No, absolutely not." That sentence was either manipulation or the bond or guilt wearing a human mouth. She trusted none of it. The flash drive beeped. Alexei looked up. Recovered partial data. "Show it," Alina said. Dmitry looked at her. "You should sit first." "Say that again, and I shoot your other side." He shut his mouth. Alexei connected the drive to the wall screen. The recovered folder opened. ORLOVVUSS field event, financial routing. Lines of transactions filled the screen. Casino accounts, shell companies, medical networks, offshore trusts, Eden Cradle, K17 Biomedical, Black Lake Holdings, then a name Alina recognized. Her blood went cold. Voss Family Restitution Trust. "No," she whispered. Dmitry's eyes sharpened. "What?" "That was my father's insurance settlement." Her father had died in a warehouse fire when Alina and Katerina were 17. The payout had cleared debts, paid tuition, kept them alive. She stepped closer to the screen. The trust had been drained in increments over the last decade, rooted through casino shells, then into Eden Cradle. She could barely breathe. They funded it with my father's money. Dmitry cursed softly. Alina turned to him. "Did you know?" "No." "Do not." "No," his voice cut harder. "I knew some Orlov shells funded Eden. I did not know Voss money was inside them. You own the casino. My wife owned the laundering branch before I burned most of it." "Most?" "Yes," he said. "Most. I have never claimed sainthood." "Good, because your decor would make that difficult." A bitter half-smile twitched at his mouth. "Gone immediately." Alexei scrolled. Another ledger opened. Twin sequence payment schedule. Subject Alina Voss. Acquisition path funded through inherited trust. Subject Katerina Voss. False death packet / memory suppression / Orlov containment. Male subject Dmitry Orlov. Aggression bond exposure pending. Projected outcome, twin gestation. Alina's vision narrowed. Twin gestation. Her body turned cold and hot at once. They used my father's death settlement to fund a pregnancy protocol on me. No one answered. No one had to. Dmitry's face was not human now. Not quite. The rage in him had gone quiet. That was worse. Alina stepped closer to the screen and read the next line. Initial biological prep, administered during post-funeral memory interval. The room tilted. 3 weeks missing. White light. A woman's voice. Let revenge mature. Alina caught the edge of the table. Dmitry moved. Stopped himself. Anya came first instead. Good. Alina did not want Dmitry's hands on her right now. Anya steadied her by the elbow. You're standing, Anya said. That is obvious. It is also enough for this second. Alina almost laughed. Maybe she did. It sounded wrong. Dmitry's voice came from farther away. What prep? Alexei scrolled. His face darkened. Hormonal priming. Bloodline receptor trial. Memory suppression. No confirmed implantation. No confirmed, Alina repeated. Alexei did not look at her. Dmitry did. That means not pregnant. Do not answer medical questions with hope. His mouth tightened. Alina. The suite doors locked. Every screen went black. Then red. A tone pulsed through the room. Low. Slow. Like a heartbeat. Dmitri turned toward the security panel. What happened? Nikolai was already moving. System override. Oman grabbed the canister case. Anya drew her gun. Alexei cursed at the terminal. Sweet lockdown, internal command. Dmitri's face hardened. Impossible. Alina laughed, shaky and cold. Popular last word. The speakers crackled. Mara's voice filled the suite. Dmitri, darling, you always did trust your own walls too much. Dmitri went still. Alina lifted her gun. Mara continued, you found the financial records. Good. Anger requires context. The screens turned on. Mara appeared again, seated somewhere dark, white scarf perfectly arranged, mouth painted red. Beside her stood a man in an Orlov security uniform. Dmitri's face changed. Barely. Alien, he said. The man smiled. Katerina's location. The suite lockdown. The house betrayal. Alina understood at once. Your man sold her. Dmitri's voice went cold. Yes. Alien looked almost apologetic. You hid too many women, Dawn. Very expensive habit. Mara smiled, not hidden enough. From the medical room, Katerina cried out. Alina's blood froze. She ran. The medical room door had locked from the outside. Through the glass, Katerina was awake now, struggling weakly against the bed rails, while the older nurse lay unconscious on the floor. Inside the room, a masked man stood beside Katerina with a syringe. Alina slammed her shoulder into the door. Open it. Dmitri was there instantly. He entered the override code. Denied. He entered another. Denied. Mara's laughter moved through the speakers. You cannot save both sisters through a locked door. The masked man lifted the syringe. Katerina screamed. Alina raised her gun and fired at the glass. The bullet flattened. Reinforced. Dmitri's breath changed. The bond moved through the room, like a match dropped into gasoline. Threat escalation. Female catalyst. Rage response. Alina saw the exact moment the protocol found him. His eyes went black. His body went still. Too still. Then he slammed his fist into the keypad beside the medical door. Plastic and metal cracked. Roman shouted, Orlov. Dmitri did not hear him. Or he heard and no longer cared. He hit the panel again. Blood split across his knuckles. The lights flickered. Inside the room, the masked man pressed the needle toward Katerina's arm. Alina screamed her sister's name. Dmitri roared. Not shouted. Roared. The sound shook something low in Alina's body. He grabbed the edge of the reinforced door with both hands and pulled. For one impossible second, nothing happened. Then the lock mechanism screamed. Metal bent. The door frame cracked. Nikolai cursed, rage bond. Dmitri pulled again. The door tore open. Alina had no time to be horrified. She went through the gap first. The masked man turned. Alina shot him in the knee. Dmitri caught him before he fell and drove him into the wall with such force the plaster split. The syringe flew across the room. Katerina sobbed. Alina reached her sister. I'm here, I'm here. Behind her, the masked man made a choking sound. Alina turned. Dmitri had him by the throat. Not killing quickly. Not asking questions. Just squeezing. His eyes were gone to black. His face had become something carved out of rage and old blood. The bond slammed into Alina again. Stronger now, brutal and terrifying, and not entirely one-sided. Her fear, his violence, her sister's scream, his need to destroy. All of it tangled until the room felt airless. Dmitri, she said. No response. The masked man's feet kicked. Dmitri. Still nothing. Alina stood and crossed to him. Anya shouted from the doorway, careful. Alina ignored her. She put the gun against Dmitri's ribs, not as threat, but pressure. Then she said the one name she knew might break through. Kadir is safe. Dmitri froze. His grip loosened by one fraction. Alina's voice shook. She hated that. She is safe. Let him breathe if you want answers. Dmitri's eyes shifted to her. For 1 second, she saw the monster they had tried to make. Then she saw the man fighting it. His jaw clenched. His hand opened. The masked man dropped, gasping. Dmitri stepped back, as if the release cost him more than the violence. Alina did not move away. She should have. Instead, she stood close enough to see blood on his knuckles, sweat at his temple, pain under the rage. He looked at her like she was the only clear thing in the room. That was dangerous. She lifted the gun between them. Not aimed. A barrier. Do not make me your leash, she said. His breathing remained rough. I am trying not to. Mara's voice returned through the speakers, softer now. Beautiful. Rage bond activation confirmed. Alina looked up at the camera. Shut up. Mara smiled from the screen in the main room. Then the suite's main fireplace wall slid open. Alian and 3 armed men stepped through the hidden passage. Of course, a locked suite with a private entrance. Dmitri's paranoia had betrayed him in both directions. Alian held up a black data case. Alina's financial files. The recovered drive. Her monitoring folder. Every thing. Dmitri turned toward him. Still unstable. Still bleeding. Still dangerous enough that Alian kept his gun trained on Alina, not Dmitri. Smart coward. Stay where you are, Don, Alian said, or I shoot the woman. Dmitri stopped. Instantly. Too instantly. Alina felt the bond tighten. Mara's laughter moved through the speakers. There we are. Alian smiled. You should have let the Voss girl stay dead. Alina lifted her gun. Alian's gun shifted to Katerina. Alina froze. Drop it, he said. Slowly, she lowered the gun to the floor. Dmitri's entire body shook with restraint. Alian picked up the data case. Mara sends gratitude for the completed response data. Roman stepped into the medical room doorway with the Sokolov canister in one hand and a gun in the other. Alian clicked his tongue. No, Sokolov, you move, I shoot the sisters. Roman's face went cold. For 1 second, all the men became statues. All the women became targets. Again. Always. Alina looked at Katerina, then at Anya, then at the unconscious nurse, then at Dmitri. The cradle circle kept building rooms where men had to choose which woman to save. Alina was done living inside their architecture. She looked at Dmitri and said clearly, "Do not move." His eyes locked on hers. Then she turned and threw herself backward into Katerina's bed, slamming the wheels hard into Elian's line of fire. Katerina screamed. Elian fired. The bullet hit the bed rail. Roman shot the man to Elian's left. Anya shot the man to his right. Nikolai took the third. Dmitri crossed the room like a dark storm and slammed Elian into the wall. The data case flew from his hand. Alina lunged for it. So did Mara's remaining man from the hidden passage. Alina got there first. The man grabbed her hair and yanked. Pain ripped across her scalp. The bond exploded behind her. Dmitri turned from Elian. "No. Wronged." Elian had a knife. Alina saw it. "Dmitri." Too late. Elian drove the blade into Dmitri's side, right beside the bullet wound. Dmitri staggered. Alina shot Elian in the chest. Once. Twice. He dropped. The man holding her hair froze. Anya hit him over the head with a metal tray from the medical cart. He collapsed. Alina looked at her. Anya shrugged. "I improvise." Dmitri fell to one knee. Alina dropped beside him with the data case still in one hand. "Dmitri." He looked at her. His mouth was pale. His eyes were still dark. Too dark. "Alina," he said. Then he collapsed against her. The bond pulled so hard she gasped. Blood soaked her hands. His blood. Again. Katerina sobbed from the bed. Roman shouted for pressure bandages. Nikolai ripped open the emergency kit. Mara's voice came through the damaged speaker one final time. "Do keep him alive, Alina. Chapter 4 requires a living dawn." Alina looked up at the camera. Her face went cold. "If he dies," she said, pressing both hands to Dmitri's wound, "I'm coming for you first." Mara smiled. "Oh, little Voss, if he dies, the bond may finish the work without him." The screen went black. Alina stared down at Dmitri. His blood pulsed between her fingers. The data case lay beside her knee. Her sister was alive. The financial records were saved. The Don was now her prisoner, only because his life was under her hands. And under the terror, under the rage, under every reason she still had to hate him, Alina felt the bond twist deeper. Not closing. Not yet. But learning. Dmitri's eyes opened halfway. "Do not run," he rasped. Alina laughed once, breathless and furious. "You're bleeding out on my lap and still giving orders." His mouth almost curved. Then his eyes closed. Alina pressed harder on the wound. "No," she snapped. "Stay awake." He did not. The suite doors unlocked with a soft click. Too late. The trap had already done what it came to do. End of Chapter 3. Twins for the Dark Dawn. Chapter 4. The Rage Bond. Dmitri Orlov almost died badly. Not dramatically. Not beautifully. Badly. On the floor of his private medical room, with Alina's hands inside his blood, and Katerina crying on the bed behind her. That was what Alina kept thinking, while Nikolai cut away Dmitri's ruined shirt, and Roman barked orders into his comm. Not that Dmitri had called her by her sister's name. Not that Mara Orlov had locked them inside the suite and called the violence a field event. Not that every screen in the casino had confirmed what Alina's body still refused to accept. Rage bond activation confirmed. No. She thought about Dmitri dying badly, and how much she hated that the thought made her chest hurt. Pressure, Nikolai said. I am applying pressure. More. If I press harder, I'll be inside his spine. Roman looked down. That may improve his personality. Dmitri's eyes remained closed. His face had gone gray. Blood soaked the towels under Alina's hands. Too much blood. The knife wound sat beside the bullet wound, ugly and deep, as if Alina had known exactly where to cut. Maybe he had. Maybe the cradle circle had diagrams for T. Hat too. Everything else had diagrams. Women, bloodlines, pregnancies, revenge. Why not wounds? Anya helped Katerina sit upright on the medical cot, while Alexei secured the dead men and swept the hidden passage for more attackers. Katerina was shaking. Alina wanted to go to her, but if she lifted her hands, Dmitri might bleed out. Another trap. Always another trap. A choice between one damaged body and another. Dmitri's lashes flickered. Alina, he rasped. She looked down. His eyes were unfocused, but open. You are awake. Unfortunately. You're welcome. His gaze dropped to her blood-covered hands, pressed against his side. Then back to her face. Something moved through him. Not pain. Not only pain. A pull answered in her own body, brutal and low, tightening between them like a living wire. Alina's breath caught. Dmitri felt it. His jaw clenched. Move away, he said. She stared. You are bleeding. That is why I said it. You want me to stop holding pressure. I want you not touching me when the bond is unstable. The words landed cold. The bond, not attraction, not chemistry, not anything a woman could safely romanticize. A mechanism, a threat response, a biological trap opened by her sister's screams and his rage. Alina's mouth hardened. I am not enjoying it either. His eyes darkened. Alina, no, if you die because you're afraid of feeling something, I'll kill you myself. His mouth almost moved. Almost. Then his eyes closed again. This time, the loss of focus looked worse. Roman knelt beside them with a medical clamp. Argue after he stops leaking. Mila's voice snapped through the calm. That is not a recognized medical phase. Roman's jaw tightened. Mila. What? I'm helping. You are in the safe room. And yet, somehow still surrounded by foolish men. Alina almost laughed. It came out closer to a breath breaking. Dr. Levina's voice replaced Mila's over the speaker, crisp and furious. Listen carefully. If the blade entered beside the bullet tract, do not remove anything embedded. Pack pressure around the wound. Check for abdominal rigidity. If he loses consciousness again, elevate his legs unless he argues, in which case ignore him. Dmitri whispered, I dislike her. Alina pressed harder. She dislikes you too. Stay alive out of spite. His eyes opened again. For 1 second, the room narrowed. Blood under her palms. His body beneath her hands. The strange rage pull between them, humming like a struck wire. Dmitri looked at her, as if she were the only sound he could still hear. Then he said, very softly, Katia was never mine. Alina froze. Wrong time. Wrong words. Exactly the words her mind had been sharpening itself against since the elevator. Do not talk about my sister while you're bleeding out. She was under my protection, not in my bed, not in my heart the way Mara wants you to believe. Alina's throat tightened. I didn't ask. Yes, he said, you did. Maybe she had. Maybe not with words. Maybe every time she looked at him like his guilt had a woman's name carved into it. His voice grew rougher. I called you Katia because I failed her first. The bond gave a sudden, painful pull. Not desire, not heat, guilt finding rage, rage finding her. Alina's hands shook. Dmitri saw. His expression changed. Move, he whispered. No. Before it gets worse. What gets worse? His eyes held hers. Me. The sweet lights flickered. Not from power failure. From the security system rebooting after Mara's override. Screens flashed, cameras restored, locks reset. On one monitor, the casino floor appeared in emergency lockdown. Guests huddled beneath tables. Orlov guards dragged cradle bodies through service doors. Sprinklers rained over velvet and glass. On another feed, Mara was gone. Of course she was. A woman who had been declared dead. Once probably knew how to vanish twice. Nikolai looked toward the door. Medical team 2 minutes out. Alina said, he may not have 2 minutes. Dmitri's hand closed around her wrist. The contact was immediate. The bond surged. Alina gasped. Dmitri's eyes went black. Not dark. Black. For half a second, she felt what he felt. Not thoughts. Worse. Need sharpened into violence. Fear for her twisted into command. Pain buried under a primitive order. Keep her close, remove every threat, punish every hand that reached for her. The room swayed. Anya's voice cut through. Alina, release his hand. Alina looked down. Dmitri's fingers were locked around her wrist. Not crushing, but not letting go. His breathing had changed. Slow, heavy, dangerous. Dmitri, she said. His eyes stayed on her blood-covered hands. Not his blood. Hers. The bullet graze on her arm had reopened. Red ran down her forearm and mixed with his at her wrist. Blood to blood. The cradle circle loved blood. It opened doors, started bonds, completed trials. Alina, Anya said again, sharper now. Dmitri's grip tightened. Roman rose slightly. Nikolai's hand moved toward his weapon. Alina, look. Ed straight into Dmitri's black eyes. No. The word was not loud. It did not need to be. Dmitri froze. No, she repeated. You do not hold me because your body tells you to. A tremor moved through his hand. His jaw clenched so hard, she heard his teeth grind. Let go, she said. For one awful second, nothing happened. Then his fingers opened. One by one, he released her wrist and slammed his hand flat against the floor instead, cracking a tile beneath his palm. Alina pulled back. The bond recoiled, then steadied. Anya exhaled. Roman muttered, good. Dmitri's eyes closed. When he opened them again, gray had returned around the black. Not enough, but some. Alina, he said. His voice was raw. Do not apologize while dying. It's manipulative. I was going to say, get away from me. Also manipulative. His mouth almost curved. Then he passed out. The next hour turned Dmitri Orlov's, private suite into a battlefield with medical lighting. Dr. Levina arrived with 2 Volkov medics, 3 locked cases, and the expression of a woman whose patients had been murdered before breakfast. She took one look at Dmitri and said, "Of course he was stabbed beside the bullet wound. Why have one injury when male ego can produce a bouquet?" Roman stepped aside without arguing. That alone proved the doctor's authority. Dmitri was moved onto the surgical cot in the suite's medical room. Alina was forced out after Levina discovered she had been standing in Dmitri's blood with an untreated bullet graze and probable shock. Forced was the wrong word. Anya looked at her and said, "If you collapse, your sister will wake alone." Alina sat. Immediately. She hated how well that worked. Katerina slept in the second medical bed, cleaned and bandaged, still pale beneath the soft monitor light. Her vitals had stabilized. The stabilizers in her blood were being filtered slowly. Levina had ordered no sedatives unless absolutely necessary. Alina approved. Then she hated that approval was now a medical category. Nikolai stood outside the medical room with Roman and Alexei, reviewing the data case they had recovered from Elian. The files were intact. Mostly Alina's monitoring folder, Katerina's false death packet, Mara's Orlov access codes, the Orlov-Voss twin protocol, the financial records tying Voss family money to Eden Cradle and Black Saint Shell accounts. Enough to start a war. Not enough to end one. The Sokolov-Mikhailova canister had been moved to a portable cold unit under Roman's guard. Mila's voice came through every few minutes from the Volkov estate, asking for temperature checks, security updates, and whether Roman had done anything medically stupid. He had. Twice. Mila noticed, both times remotely. Alina would have found that funny if she had enough energy left for humor. She sat beside Katerina's bed while a nurse cleaned the graze on her arm. The nurse said, "This may sting." Alina stared at the wall. Everything does. The nurse wisely said nothing else. Katerina stirred. Alina leaned forward instantly. "Keisha." Her sister's eyes opened halfway. "Alina, I'm here." Katerina looked around the room, panic rising. Alina took her hand. "Safe for now." Katerina's mouth trembled. That's what he always said. Alina's fingers tightened. "Dmitri." Katerina nodded weakly. He said safe for now. Then the locks changed. Then Mara came. Alina swallowed. What did Mara want? Katerina looked toward the other side of the room, where Levina was working over Dmitri behind a half-drawn glass partition. Her voice dropped. "She wanted me to tell you he hurt me." Alina's chest went still. "What?" She said if I said it enough, you would believe it faster when the time came. Alina could not breathe. The time came. Her walking into the casino. Her revenge motive. Her gun under Dmitri's jaw. Katerina closed her eyes, tears slipping down her temples. "I was supposed to make you hate him." Alina glanced toward Dmitri. He lay unconscious while Levina closed the knife wound. His face looked too still without the hard mouth and colder eyes. Blood had been cleaned from his skin. He looked less like the dark dawn and more like a man who had run out of armor. Alina did not want to see that. She looked back at her sister. "You were drugged." "I know." "She used you." "I know." "That does not make it your fault." Katerina's lips trembled. It feels like it. Alina touched her sister's hair. I know. That was the worst part. She did. Katerina's eyes opened again. Alina, don't let the bond choose for you. Alina went cold. You know about it. Katerina looked at Dmitri again. Mara talked when she thought I was too drugged to remember. She said Orlov men bond through violence. That if you hated him enough, and he needed to protect you enough, the bond would not know the difference between rage and love. Alina's stomach turned. Not know the difference. That was the danger. That was exactly the danger. Why? Else did she say? Katerina's hand tightened weakly. She said once the rage bond activates, the woman becomes the wound and the cure. Alina stood so fast, the chair scraped back. The nurse startled. Anya appeared in the doorway. What? Alina's voice came out flat. Katerina remembers Mara talking about the bond. Nikolai entered behind Anya. Roman too. Katerina shrank back. Roman stopped at once. Nikolai stopped too. Anya came alone. Smart. She sat on the edge of Katerina's bed, not touching her. What did Mara say? Katerina looked at Alina. Alina nodded. Her sister swallowed. That the woman becomes the wound and the cure. Anya's face changed. Nikolai's did not. That was how Alina knew the phrase meant something. Roman swore softly. Alina looked at them. Explain. Nikolai answered. Bond dependency. No English. Anya said. They design the male response so threat to the woman causes pain, rage, instability. Her presence can calm it. Her absence worsens it. Over time, the system tries to make control depend on proximity. Alina looked toward Dmitri. He was unconscious. Good. She needed to look at him, while he could not look back. So if I stay near him, the bond gets stronger. Possibly, Anya said. And if I leave? Roman said, he may become unstable. Alina laughed once. Sharp. Cold. Convenient. No one argued. Good. Because it was. For him. For the circle. For every man who wanted to call biology romance. And every woman who got handed the bill. Alina looked at Katerina. Did Mara say why twins? Katerina closed her eyes. She said Orlov lines split under rage. Nikolai's gaze sharpened. Split. I don't know what it means. Roman looked toward the data case. The protocol file may. Alexei opened it on the nearest wall monitor. He moved quickly, scrolling through corrupted sections until he found the phrase. ORLOV, Rage Bond Protocol. Primary theory. High-threat male bonding events produce dual genetic expression under specific female priming conditions. Objective, twin gestation with rival bloodline markers. Political use. Create succession conflict inside Orlov house and leverage against allied Bratva kings. Alina stared. Twin gestation. Female priming. Her missing 3 weeks after the funeral. She felt suddenly cold from the inside. Anya moved closer. Alina. I'm fine. No one believed her. She did not care. Female priming, she said. That was me. Nikolai's voice was careful. It may have been preparatory only. Does that word make you feel better? No. Good. Levina looked up from Dmitri's surgical cot. If you are discussing fertility manipulation, I need blood from every woman in this room. Alina's head snapped toward her. No. Levina's expression did not move. That was not a request. Alina lifted her gun from the side table. Dimitri's eyes opened. Everyone went still. Not because Alina had grabbed the gun, because Dimitri had woken the instant she felt cornered. His head turned slowly on the pillow. His eyes found Alina. Black edged the gray again. Levina muttered, "Wonderful. The corpse has opinions." Dimitri's voice came rough. Who threatened her? No one, Alina snapped. He tried to sit. Levina shoved him back down with one hand. That was impressive. If you tear my stitches, she said, I will sedate you with enthusiasm. Dimitri ignored her, eyes still on Alina. Alina. The bond tightened. Alina hated how fast her body responded. Not with desire, with awareness, a humiliating internal alignment toward him, as if some animal part of her had decided his waking mattered. She lifted the gun higher. Stay on the bed. His gaze moved to the weapon, then back to her. Are you aiming at me or the doctor? I haven't decided. Fair. His mouth almost curved. She hated that too. Nikolai stepped into Dimitri's line of sight. Levina needs blood work for cradle exposure. Dimitri's eyes narrowed. From Alina. From Katerina too. Dimitri looked toward Katerina's bed. Katerina went rigid. Instantly, his face changed. He looked away. A deliberate act. A small one. Alina saw it. Dimitri's voice lowered. Only if they consent. Levina huffed. Finally, a medically correct criminal. Alina stared at Dimitri. He did not look at her now. Not because he was avoiding guilt. Because Katerina was afraid of him. And he had decided his need to see the room mattered less. Damn him again. Damn him most when he made the right choice. Alina lowered the gun. Fine, she said. One blood draw, no sedatives, no mystery injections, no second vial. Levina lifted a brow. You bargain like someone raised by wolves. No, just accountants. Terrifying people. Katerina whispered, I'll do it if Alina stays. I stay, Alina said immediately. Dimitri closed his eyes. Maybe in pain. Maybe relief. Maybe because the bond liked the word stay too much. Alina did not examine that. Dimitri's suite remained locked from the outside for 93 minutes. Not by Marva now. By Nikolai and Roman. For security, Roman said. Alina said, every man in this building uses the same vocabulary for imprisonment. Roman looked at Nikolai. Nikolai looked at Anya. Anya said, she's not wrong. The doors were unlocked, but guards remained. Alina accepted that because Katerina slept better with armed women near the medical room, and because Mara was still alive, and because Dimitri was too injured to safely move. Accepting logistics was not the same as submitting. She repeated that to herself more than once. Dimitri slept badly. Not deeply. Not peacefully. His body kept jerking awake whenever Alina left the medical room for more than a few minutes. The first time, Levina blamed blood loss. The second, medication resistance. The third, everyone stopped pretending. Alina stood near the fireplace in the main room, reviewing the Orla Voss protocol files with Anya, when the medical monitor spiked. Inside the room, Dimitri surged half upright, pulling at the IV. Levina cursed. Alina ran in before she thought. Mistake. Or solution. Same thing tonight. Dimitri's black-edged eyes locked on her. The monitor slowed. Levina looked from him to Alina. Then to Nikolai. I hate all of this. Alina stood at the foot of Dimitri's bed, furious. So do I. Dimitri's breathing steadied. His gaze dropped to his own hand, gripping the bed rail hard enough to bend it. He released it. Slowly. Did I touch anyone? No, Levina said. Did I try? No. His eyes closed briefly. Good. Alina hated the relief in his voice. It made him harder to blame. Not impossible. Just harder. She crossed her arms. You wake up when I leave. His eyes opened. I noticed. Stop doing that. I will inform the biological conspiracy. Do. His mouth almost curved. This almost smiling habit was becoming a problem. Levina checked his pulse. His heart rate spikes with your absence and stabilizes with visual contact. Do not say visual contact like I'm medicine, Alina said. You are not medicine. You are currently functioning as an external regulatory stimulus. That is worse. Science often is. Dimitri's voice went cold. Fix it. Levina looked at him. I am a doctor, not an exorcist. Try both. Alina stepped closer. No, you do not get to order people to fix me. His gaze snapped to hers. I meant fix my response. By controlling my distance. No. Then how? He looked at Levina. The doctor shrugged. Pain management. Beta blockers if his blood pressure tolerates it. Isolation training. Controlled exposure. Avoiding threat events. Anya laughed softly from the doorway. Everyone looked at her. Sorry, she said, avoiding threat events. Nikolai's mouth almost moved. Roman muttered, optimistic medicine. Levina glared at them all. I do not create the war. I merely point out that it is bad for cardiac regulation. Alina looked back at Dimitri. He was watching her again. Too carefully. Not like prey. Not like property. Like a man watching the only open exit from a burning room and refusing to run through it because someone had told him the door might be a trap. What happens if I leave? She asked. Dimitri's face hardened. You will be safer elsewhere. That is not what I asked. No. What happens? His jaw flexed. I do not know. Guess. His eyes held hers. I become pain, rage, instinct. Then either I master it or it masters me. The honesty landed brutally. Alina swallowed. And if it masters you, then someone should kill me before I reach you. The room went silent. Katerina, awake in the second bed, made a small sound. Alina's throat tightened. She hated that he had said it. Hated more that he meant it. You think I'm comforted by assassination planning? No. Good. I think you deserve the truth. The bond pulled. Not violently this time. Painfully. Because truth was more dangerous than command. Alina looked away first. The wall monitor beeped. Alexei's voice came through the suite speakers. I found something in the twin protocol. Dimitri's expression shifted instantly. The dawn returned. Useful. Safer. What? Alex appeared on the main screen from the outer security room. The protocol did not start tonight. Alina went cold. What does that mean? Alexei looked uncomfortable. Not a good sign. The file lists Stage 1 as post-funeral priming, Stage 2 as casino contact, Stage 3 as rage bond activation. That we know, Nikolai said. Alexei nodded. Stage 4 is listed as biological confirmation. Dmitri's eyes sharpened. Confirmation of what? Alexei hesitated. Alina's reproductive status. The room froze. Alina's pulse went silent for one beat, then returned too hard. No. Anya moved closer. Katerina whispered, Alina. Dmitri went utterly still. That frightened Alina more than rage. No, Alina said again, louder. Levina's gaze shifted to the blood samples, already sealed on the side tray. Alina saw the movement. Her stomach dropped. You already took blood. With your consent, Levina said carefully. For exposure markers. Yes. Not pregnancy. Levina's face remained steady. The same sample can detect both. No. Dmitri tried to sit again. Levina shoved him down again. Alina, he said. She turned on him. Do not. I did not. No, you do not say my name right now. His mouth closed. Good. The room was too small. The air too thick. Her body no longer felt like hers. Memory worked. Primed. Catalyst. Possible reproductive status. Every clinical phrase built a wall around her. Alina backed away. Anya stepped aside, not blocking the door. Good. Smart. Alina walked into the main room, then into the corridor. No one followed at first. Excellent. She made it 10 steps before Dmitri's monitor alarm screamed from the medical room. Of course. Of course. Alina stopped. Her hands curled into fists. The alarm kept screaming. Levina shouted something. Roman cursed. Nikolai ordered Dmitri to stay down. A crash followed. Alina closed her eyes. No. She would not become the cure. She would not run back, because a machine inside a man had learned her absence. The alarm sharpened. Katerina cried out. Dmitri roared her name. Alina turned and walked back. Not ran. Walked. That mattered. She entered the medical room and found Dmitri half off the bed. IV torn out, blood blooming through his bandage again. 2 men trying and failing to keep him down without hurting him. His eyes found her. The alarm slowed. Everyone froze. Alina walked to the foot of the bed. Dmitri's breathing was harsh. Sweat darkened his hair. Blood stained the sheets. The bond between them twisted like a living thing trying to drag her closer. She stopped just beyond his reach. You do not get to break open because I step into a hallway, she said. His jaw locked. I know. Then prove it. His fingers gripped the edge of the mattress. The monitor beeped too fast, but not screaming now. He closed his eyes. His shoulders shook once. Then he forced himself back onto the bed. One movement at a time. By himself. No one touched him. No one spoke. Alina watched until he was lying flat again. Then she said, Good. His eyes opened. The word had hit him. She saw it. The dangerous, dark satisfaction before he buried it. Her own body answered. Traitor. She looked at Levina. Run the test. Dmitri's face changed. Alina. She lifted one hand. He stopped. Good. She kept her eyes on the doctor. Pregnancy, priming markers, everything. I want facts, not fear. Levina nodded once. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Elena almost laughed. 10 minutes to find out whether the cradle circle had done something inside her body she could not remember. 10 minutes to know if the word twins was only a threat or already a crime. Dimitri's voice came low from the bed. Elena. She looked at him despite herself. If they did anything to you, I will. No. His mouth closed. Her voice shook now. She hated that too. You will not finish that sentence with violence and call it love, protection, or justice. If they did something to me, I decide what happens next. Dimitri's eyes held hers. Then he nodded. Once, your decision. The answer nearly broke her. Because it was right. Because it cost him. Because the bond wanted him to promise blood, and he gave her choice instead. Damn him. Damn him. Damn him. The 10 minutes lasted a year. Katerina held Elena's hand from the second bed. Anya stood near the door. Nikolai stood behind her. Roman remained by the canister case, but even his attention kept cutting toward the lab console where Levina processed the blood. Dimitri did not move. Not once. Whether from discipline, blood loss, or fear of Elena's wrath, she did not know. Maybe all three. Finally, the machine beeped. Levina looked at the results. Her face changed. Small. Enough. Elena felt the floor disappear. Say it, she ordered. Levina looked at her, then at Dimitri, then back to Elena. The priming markers are present. Elena's hand tightened around Katerina's. And Levina exhaled. The pregnancy screen is positive. Silence died. Not fell. Died. Elena heard nothing for 1 full second. Not Katerina's gasp. Not Anya's whispered curse. Not Dimitri's monitor spiking. Nothing. Only the words. Positive. Her body became a room she had not agreed to enter. Dimitri's voice came from far away. Elena. She looked at him. The dark dawn looked destroyed. Not triumphant. Not possessive. Destroyed. Good. Let him be. Her voice came out very calm. When? Levina's mouth tightened. The levels suggest early pregnancy, but the values are unusual. I need imaging. Elena swallowed. Is it from the missing weeks? Levina hesitated. I cannot confirm timing from this alone. Can you deny it? No answer. That was answer enough. Dimitri closed his eyes. His hand curled into the sheet. The monitor beeped faster. The rage bond stirred. Elena felt it rise. His guilt, her fear, the pregnancy, the protocol, everything the cradle circle wanted. She stepped closer to the bed before any. One could stop her. Not close enough to touch. Close enough that his eyes opened. Do not break, she said. His breathing was rough. Elena. No, not now. Not for them. Her voice hardened. If I am pregnant because of something they did, your rage is not the center of this room. The words struck. Dimitri went still. Then slowly, brutally, he forced the rage down. The monitor steadied by fractions. Elena watched him do it. Not for himself. Not even for her. Against the people who wanted his violence more than his control. Good. That mattered. Not enough. But something. Levina lifted the scanner tablet. I need ultrasound confirmation. Alina turned toward her. Now. The doctor nodded. Katerina started crying softly. Anya sat beside her. Roman looked like he wanted to leave the room and kill something. Nikolai looked like he might let him. Dmitri looked only at Alina. She did not look back. She lay on the exam cot because standing had become too difficult, and because facts were better than fear, and because whatever lived or did not live inside her body belonged first to the truth. Levina moved the scanner over her lower abdomen. The room held its breath. The screen flickered. Static, then shadow, then a tiny flicker. Alina's heart stopped. Levina's face tightened. She adjusted the scanner. Another flicker appeared beside the first. 2. Not words yet. Not officially. Not aloud. But Alina saw. So did Dmitri. So did every person in the room. 2 small pulses. Too early. Too impossible. Too real. Levina whispered, I need a clearer image. But Alina already knew what Chapter 5 would say. The cradle circle had not only activated the rage bond, it had left her with 2 heartbeats. End of Chapter 4. Twins for the Dark Dawn. Chapter 5, 2 Heartbeats. Alina stared at the ultrasound screen and understood nothing. Not because the image was unclear, because it was too clear. 2 tiny flickers. 2 impossible pulses. 2 places inside her body where the cradle circle had written a future without asking the woman who had to carry it. The room stayed silent. No one in Dmitri Orlov's private medical suite seemed willing to breathe first. Then Katerina made a broken sound from the second bed. Alina. That did it. Alina turned her head. Her sister was crying, one hand pressed to her mouth. Eyes wide with horror and grief and guilt she had not earned. Alina sat up too fast. The room tilted. Levina caught her shoulder. Careful. Alina shoved her hand away. Don't. Dmitri moved on the surgical bed. His monitor screamed. Don't, Alina snapped at him too. He stopped, not because he wanted to, because every muscle in his body was visibly fighting the same order. His face had gone bloodless beneath the bruising. Bandages wrapped his side and shoulder. An IV ran into his arm. His knuckles were split from tearing open the medical door. He looked like a man who had survived violence by becoming worse than it. Now he looked at Alina as if she were the wound. Not the cure. Not yet. Good. She refused that role. Levina held the scanner tablet and did not soften her face. Alina appreciated that. Softness would have broken something. Say it clinically, Alina said. Levina's mouth tightened. There are 2 gestational sacs. Both show cardiac activity. Katerina sobbed. Anya went very still near the door. Nikolai's hand flexed once at his side. Roman looked down at the floor like he wanted to give the room privacy. But new privacy was a luxury. The cradle circle had stolen from all of them. Dmitri's voice came rough. Twins. The word did not belong in his mouth. Alina looked at him. No. His face closed. Not anger. Pain. She did not care. Not now. That is not your word, she said. Dmitri did not argue. Good. He was learning. Or bleeding too much. Either worked. Elena looked back at Levina. How far? Levina adjusted the tablet, then looked at the numbers again. That is part of the problem. Of course. The room sharpened. Dmitri's monitor slowed into a hard, steady rhythm. What problem? Elena asked. Levina turned the screen slightly. By hormone levels, this should be very early. Too early for strong detection in a normal scan. Normal, Elena repeated. Yes, and nothing about this appears normal. Elena laughed once. It sounded dead. How far? Levina's eyes met hers. The sacs measure as if they are not developing at exactly the same rate. The words entered the room carefully. Elena hated careful words. One is older, she asked. Not necessarily older, more advanced. That is a difference without mercy. Levina nodded once. Yes. Dmitri tried to sit again. This time, Nikolai placed one hand on his shoulder and held him down. Dmitri looked at him. Nikolai's voice was low. Do not make her manage you. The words hit Dmitri harder than force. He lay back. Elena felt the rage bond twist once, then settle. Not gone. Waiting. Always waiting. Levina continued. The embryos may have been altered to accelerate Earl. Why development? Or the hormone manipulation during your missing weeks caused abnormal implantation markers. Elena's throat tightened. Implantation. No one spoke. The word had teeth. Pregnancy was one thing. Implantation was another. Pregnancy could happen between bodies. Implantation sounded like a procedure. A room. A table. A woman drugged after her sister's funeral, while strangers decided grief was a useful doorway. Dmitri's voice went cold. Did they implant her? Levina looked at him. I do not know. Guess. Elena turned. No. His eyes snapped to hers. She stared him down. You do not interrogate my doctor about my body. His jaw tightened. Then he nodded. Once. My mistake. That cost him. She saw it. Good. Let it. Elena looked at Levina. Can you tell if this happened during the missing weeks? Not conclusively tonight. Can you tell if the pregnancy is mine? Levina's face changed. Not much. Enough for the room to feel the shift. Elena, Anya said quietly. No, Elena kept her eyes on Levina. Answer. Levina lowered the scanner tablet. The gestational tissue appears to be developing in your uterus. That does not answer how conception occurred, whether embryos were transferred, or whether genetic manipulation was involved. Elena's hand went to her lower abdomen. She hated herself for touching. Hated that the motion was instinctive. Hated that once her palm rested there, she could not immediately move it away. 2 heartbeats. Not hers. Not yet children, in any way she could safely think about. But not nothing either. That was the cruelty. The cradle circle never created simple victims. It created living questions. Katerina reached toward her. Elena crossed to her sister, sat on the edge of the bed, and took her hand. Katerina's fingers shook. I'm sorry. Elena's head snapped up. No. Elena. No, her voice hardened. You do not apologize for what they did to me. They used me to bring you here. They used my grief. That is not the same as you. Katerina's face crumpled. Alina leaned close. You are alive. That is enough for right now. Katerina looked toward Dmitri. Fear flickered. Guilt followed. Alina saw both. Dmitri saw both too. He turned his face away before Katerina could shrink farther. Again, a good choice. A quiet one. Infuriating. Alina was collecting his decent choices like evidence she did not want admitted. Levina placed the scanner on the tray. I need more tests. No, Alina said automatically. Blood work, non-invasive. Repeat ultrasound later. No procedures without consent. Alina stared at her. Consent. The word felt almost vulgar in a room full of mafia men. Stolen embryos and cradle files. Say that again. Levina did. No procedures without consent. Alina looked at Dmitri. He was watching her now. Not her stomach. Her face. His voice was rough. Your decision. The bond moved between them. Not violently. Not softly either. It recognized the words. Maybe because the system built inside him wanted to turn pregnancy into claim. Maybe because the man inside the system was trying to cut that claim apart before it reached her. Alina looked away. She could not afford gratitude. Not yet. Roman's phone buzzed. He checked it. His expression changed. Volkov estate update, he said. Mila says the Sokolov-Mikhailova canister is stable, but the tag was rigged with a delayed broadcast. Nikolai's gaze sharpened. To where? Unknown, they are tracing. Roman looked at the table where the second canister had been secured. The circle wanted us to carry it out of here. Dmitri's eyes narrowed. Then we do not keep it here. We already moved it to a shielded case. Move it again. Roman smiled without warmth. You are injured and still giving orders about my frozen child. Dmitri's mouth tightened. Your frozen child is in my casino, inside my suite, during an Orlov bond trial. Yes. Roman looked at Nikolai. He is annoying when correct. Nikolai said, most of us are. Alina's head turned slowly. Are you people always like this around medical disasters? Anya answered, mostly. Alina almost laughed. Almost. Then the ultrasound image flashed in her mind again. 2 flickers. The almost laugh died. She stood. I need the twin protocol file. Dmitri's eyes sharpened. You need to sit. She looked at him. He closed his eyes briefly. Sorry. Good. Anya picked up the data case from the central table and connected it to the room's secondary monitor. Alexei moved beside her, running the drive through a local system isolated from the casino network. Opening Orlov Voss medical subfolder, he said. Alina crossed the room. Dmitri pushed himself upright. Levina snapped, lie down. No. Do you want to bleed into your lungs? Not particularly. Then lie down. Dmitri swung his legs over the side of the bed anyway. Alina turned on him. What are you doing? Standing. Why? Because the file concerns you. It also concerns your internal organs, staying internal. His moo. TH almost curved. She hated that the almost smile reached something inside her. I can read from here, he said. You can read from the bed. I dislike beds. I dislike mob bosses who faint into my lap. I did not faint. You collapsed unconscious while bleeding on me. Different. Not medically, Levina snapped. Dmitri looked at the doctor. She glared back. After one long second, the dark dawn lay back down. Roman muttered, historic. Anya hid a smile. Alina ignored them and focused on the screen. The file loaded. ORLAVVUSS Twin Protocol. Stage 1, Grief Isolation / Female Priming. Stage 2, Revenge Path Conditioning. Stage 3, Male Rage Bond Activation through Sister Threat Event. Stage 4, Biological Confirmation. Stage 5, Dual Heartbeat Stabilization. Alina's skin chilled. Dual heartbeat. Not twin pregnancy. Not gestation. Dual heartbeat stabilization. Like the two flickers inside her were expected. Like the file had known exactly what Levina would find. Alexei scrolled. Subject, Alina Voss. Primed during post-funeral recovery interval. Memory overlay. Grief continuity maintained. Implantation status. Classified under Mara Orlov access. Projected twin viability. High if Orlov response reaches rage threshold during first contact. Bond dependency objective. Female presence required for male stabilization. Alina read it once. Then again. Then again. The words did not change. First contact. Rage threshold. Female presence required. The office attack. Katerina's gun threat. Dmitri's violent response. The bond did not only awaken tonight. It may have stabilized the pregnancy. Her stomach turned. They needed him to react, she said. Dmitri's voice came low. Yes. She turned. He looked as sick as she felt. Good. They needed your rage to make this work. His jaw locked. Yes. And my fear. A muscle moved in his cheek. Yes. And Katerina's life as bait. Yes. Katerina whispered, Alina. Alina could not look at her sister right now. Not because she blamed her. Because if she saw her face, she might break. She looked back at the screen. Keep going. Alexei continued. More charts. Bloodline maps. Names. Orlov. Voss. Queen-adjacent markers. Rival paternal influence. Alina's eye caught one phrase. Stop. Alexei stopped. She leaned closer. Twin candidate A, Orlov compatible. Twin candidate B. Anomalous secondary signature, expected under rage bond split. The room went very quiet. Dmitri's voice sharpened. Secondary signature. Nikolai moved closer to the screen. Roman did too. Alina's mouth went dry. What does that mean? No one answered fast enough. She turned on Dmitri. What does it mean? His face was carved from stone. It means one child may not carry only my bloodline markers. Alina stared. One child. Levina stepped forward. Markers at this stage are theoretical unless we confirm through non-invasive fetal DNA later. Do not let a cradle file become medical fact. Alina heard her. She did, but the words had already gone in. 2 heartbeats. 1 Orlov compatible. 1 anomalous. The room swayed. Dmitri moved again. This time, he stopped himself before Alina had to. His hands gripped the bed rail. The metal creaked. Alina, he said. She stepped back. The bond reached. She felt it. A pull toward him, toward steadiness, toward the man whose rage may have helped create or stabilize whatever lived inside her. No, no. She would not let the trap reward itself. Do not, she said. He went still. I didn't move. You wanted to. His eyes held hers. Yes. Honesty again. Cruel, useful honesty. Alina swallowed. Why would one have another marker? Dimitri's gaze moved to Nikolai. Nikolai's face had gone dangerous. Roman said what the others did not. Cross-line embryo manipulation. Alina looked at him. Roman continued, voice grim. They did it with Sokolov samples, Volkov samples, Queen Line samples. They may have inserted one embryo and triggered another response later. Levina said, or they altered markers to mimic rival lineage. Or the file is designed to make us mistrust the pregnancy before we know facts. Alina looked at her. You really enjoy precision. I enjoy survival. Fair. Anya crossed to Alina and lowered her voice. Do not let the file force you into deciding what the heartbeats mean tonight. Alina looked at her. You sound like you learned that badly. I did. The answer was simple. No drama. That made it worse. Alina looked back at the screen. Open Mara's access notes. Alexei hesitated. Dmitri said, open them. The folder was locked. Alexei tried 2 bypasses. Denied. Mila's voice came through Roman's comm. Try the false death date. Alexei blinked. Roman asked, how are you seeing this? Marta patched the data feed. Also, hello, Alina. Sorry about the pregnancy conspiracy. Terrible first day. Alina stared at the speaker. I like her, she said. Roman said, unfortunately, so do I. Mila ignored him. Use Katerina's declared death date plus Alina's funeral gap end. Date, Mara likes poetic indexing. Alexei entered the sequence. The folder opened. Roman's mouth tightened. I dislike when she is right. Mila replied, develop resilience. Alina almost smiled again. Then Mara's notes filled the screen. Mara Orlov, private protocol annotations. Dmitri remains resistant to forced obedience models. Rage produces faster threshold than desire. Guilt deepens retention. Use Katerina as wound, Alina as blade. Alina's hands went cold. Use Katerina as wound, Alina as blade. The file continued. If Alina discovers false death truth before bond activation, response may destabilize. Maintain revenge narrative until first blood contact. First blood contact. Dimitri's blood on her hands. Her blood on his wrist. The bond surging. Alina felt sick. Dimitri's voice came like ice. Mara built this around guilt. Alina looked at him. Yes. And around your grief. Yes. And around Katerina's fear. Yes. The 3 yesies landed like nails. Mara had not only used biology. She had used every human thing that made them breakable. Alina touched the necklace at her throat. Katerina's crescent. Dimitri's eyes followed the movement. Why did she have the necklace? Alina asked. The room paused. Dmitri looked toward Katerina. Katerina's eyes were closed, but tears slipped from beneath her lashes. She gave it to me, Dmitri said. Alina's hand froze. What? Dimitri's voice turned rough. The night my men found her, she thought she would die. She gave me the necklace and made me promise that if Alina Voss ever came to Black Saint, I would know who she was. Alina stopped breathing. No, because the necklace had been found with the body. The police returned it to me. Mara took it from my safe. Alina's throat tightened. Dmitri kept going, because he was either brave or cruel. She put it on the decoy body. Alina looked toward her sister. Katerina was crying silently. Alina crossed to her. Is that true? Katerina nodded once. Barely. I thought if he had it, he could find you, she whispered. I'm sorry. Alina bent over her sister and pressed her forehead to Katerina's hand. No, don't, you tried. Katerina sobbed. You tried, Alina repeated. This time tears came. Only 2. She hated both, but they came anyway. Dmitri turned his face away. Good. He did not deserve to watch that too closely. The monitor beeped. Dmitri's heart rate had risen. Levina looked from him to Alina. The bond is responding to her distress. Alina lifted her head. Dmitri's eyes were closed, jaw clenched, one hand fisted around the sheet. He was not moving, not speaking, not making his pain her problem. But he was feeling it. The file had made her the wound and the cure. He was refusing the second half. For now, Alina wiped her face and stood. Does distance make it worse? Levina hesitated. Likely. Does touch make it stronger? Likely. Can he control it? Dmitri answered before Levina. Yes. Alina looked at him. His eyes were open now. Do not answer like pride is a treatment plan. It is not pride. What is it? His voice dropped. Necessity. The word held. Alina wanted to believe it. That was exactly why she did not. Alexei cleared his throat. There is more in Mara's notes. Alina turned back to the screen. Contingency. If Dmitri resists claim behavior, induce pregnancy protection response through medical reveal. Expected male instability, high. Expected female distrust, high. Desired outcome, forced proximity under pregnancy risk. Alina laughed. This time it was real and bitter. They planned this conversation. Dmitri's eyes darkened. Yes. They knew I would distrust you. Yes. They knew you would want to protect me. His mouth tightened. Yes. They knew everyone would say, I have to stay near you because of the bond and pregnancy risk. The room went silent. There it was. The cage. Not with locks. With logic. Medical, tactical, emotional, biological logic. A perfect prison made of reasonable arguments. Alina looked at Anya. Anya understood immediately. Her expression hardened. Nikolai did too, and looked faintly ashamed before his face closed. Dmitri spoke carefully. You do not have to stay with me. The bond reacted to the sentence. So did the monitor. His heart rate spiked. His fingers gripped the sheet harder. He kept talking anyway. You should stay somewhere medically secure. With Katerina. With guards you choose. I do not need to be in the room. Alina stared at him. You expect me to believe that? No. Good. I expect you to watch what I do next and decide later. His voice was rough, but steady. He looked at Nikolai. Volkov Estate has better medical control. Nikolai nodded. Yes. Take them there. The room went still. Alina's chest tightened. What? Dmitri did not look away from Nikolai. Elena and Katerina. Volkov Estate. Levina, Marta. Female guard rotation if they want. My men only on outer perimeter if permitted. The monitor beeped faster. Dmitri's face NT paler. He continued anyway. I stay here. Elena's mouth went dry. The file had said forced proximity. The bond wanted forced proximity. Dmitry Orlov was choosing separation, while separation visibly hurt him. Anya looked at Elena, not telling her what to feel, just making sure she saw it. Elena saw. Damn him. She saw. Roman spoke. If you stay here, Mara hits you again. Dmitry looked at him. Good. Nikolai's eyes narrowed. You want her too. I want Mara to think she can still use me as the room. Elena's voice sharpened. No. Dmitry finally looked at her. The bond pulled hard. His face did not change. No, he asked. I am not being sent away, so you can bleed heroically in a casino. That was almost concern. That was contempt with medical context. His mouth almost curved. Almost. Elena stepped closer, stopping at the foot of his bed. You do not decide where I am safe. No. You do not get to make yourself bait for my benefit. No. And you do not get to act noble after hiding my sister. His eyes darkened. No. She folded her arms. So stop making speeches and give me options. For 1 second, Dmitry looked at her as if she had done something impossible. Then he nodded. Options 1, Volkov Estate, most secure, highest medical support, least exposure to me. Elena should go, Katerina whispered. Elena looked at her. Katerina's face was pale, but clear enough now. You too, Elena said. Katerina shook her head weakly. If I go to Volkov, Mara follows. If I stay here, Dmitry's traders still know the tunnels. Everyone has terrible houses, Mila muttered through the comm. No one disagreed. Dmitry continued. 2, Orlov Country House. Isolated, less medical support, more defensible. No, Nikolai said. Mara knows your properties. 3, Dmitry said. Move through public law. Everyone looked at him. Elena narrowed her eyes. Police. Not police. Court-visible hospital admission under Elena Voss's real name, with recorded injuries, pregnancy markers, and federal-level digital release if she disappears. Roman's brows lifted. Public exposure. Dmitry nodded. Mara prefers controlled rooms. Elena studied him. You want me in a hospital. I want you somewhere that cannot erase you quietly. That answer landed. Hard, because it was not possessive, not romantic, not even safe exactly. Strategic visibility. A shield made of public record. A choice that made sense for her, not him. The monitor showed his heart rate still too high. The bond hated the plan. Good. Elena liked plans the bond hated. What hospital? She asked. Levina answered. I know one director not currently owned by Mafia, government, or fertility cult. Roman looked at her. High standard. Low bar. Nikolai said, we can protect a hospital poorly compared to the estate. Anya said, but the hospital protects against disappearance better. Elena looked at Katerina. Her sister's hand moved to her own stomach unconsciously. Elena noticed. Katerina froze. Elena's blood chilled. Katia. Her sister started crying again. No, 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 no. Levina moved immediately. Katerina. Katerina shook her head. I didn't want to say, until Alina. Alina crossed to her. Until what? Katerina's mouth trembled. Mara said I was a failed twin carrier. The room stopped. Alina's pulse went silent. What? Katerina's fingers twisted in the blanket. Before Dmitri found me, before the van, they had me in a clinic. Mara said my markers were wrong. She said Alina was better suited. Dmitri's face turned murderous. Alina looked at him. You knew? No. The answer came immediately. Katerina whispered. He didn't. I didn't remember until now. Alina turned back to her sister. Are you pregnant? Katerina shook her head. No, they said failed. I think they tried before they chose you. Alina sat down hard on the bed. The 2 heartbeats inside her were no longer only violation. They were substitution. The circle had tried Katerina first. Failed. Then used Katerina's false death to draw Alina in. Dmitri's voice was almost soundless. Mara. Not a name. A sentence. Alina looked at the monitor. Dmitri's heart rate climbed. The rage bond stirred. No. No more. She stood and walked to him. Everyone tensed. Dmitri looked at her warily. Good. He should be wary. Alina stopped just outside his reach. Mara wants your rage, she said. His jaw flexed. Yes. She wants my fear. Yes. She wants my pregnancy to trap us in a room together until the bond becomes law. Yes. She used my sister once and wanted her broken enough to use again. His eyes turned blacker. Yes. Alina leaned closer. Then we do something she did not plan. Dmitri's breathing slowed. What? Alina looked at Levina. Run every test you can without procedures. Then we go public enough that I cannot disappear and private enough that Mara cannot walk in wearing hospital shoes. Levina nodded. Possible. Alina looked at Nikolai. You protect the records. Nika. Lai nodded once. At once. She looked at Roman. You secure the canister. Roman said, already done. She looked at Anya. You help me make sure nobody in this room turns pregnancy into ownership. Anya's gaze sharpened. Yes. Finally, Alina looked at Dmitri. And you. His eyes held hers. You stay alive. You control the bond. You do not call me Katia again. Pain moved through his face. Never. You do not touch me unless I ask. Yes. You do not protect me by hiding me. Yes. And if you feel yourself becoming whatever they built, I tell you. No, she stepped closer. You tell someone else and stay away from me until you are a man again. Dmitri absorbed that. The bond pulled. He did not. Finally, he nodded. Yes. The agreement settled over the room. Not trust. Terms. Terms were better. Terms could be enforced. The wall monitor beeped again. Alexei looked at the screen. His expression changed. What? Nikolai asked. Alexei opened a newly decrypted protocol page. This just unlocked from the bloodwork entry. Dmitri's face hardened. Read. Alexei swallowed. Stage 5 warning. Dual heartbeat stabilization requires continued Orlov proximity or controlled synthetic substitute. If female subject leaves active male radius, before stabilization period completes. Twin candidate B may destabilize. Elena went cold. There it was. The cage reappeared. Reasonable. Medical. Cruel. Dimitri's eyes closed once. When he opened them, they were full of murder and restraint in equal measure. Levina stepped to the monitor. This could be manipulation. Could be, Elena said. Her voice sounded far away. But can you risk it? Mara's voice asked. Everyone froze. The screen split. Mara appeared again, smiling from an unknown location. Elena lifted the gun. Pointless, still satisfying. Mara's eyes dropped to Elena's abdomen. 2 heartbeats, she said softly. 1 for love, 1 for war. Dimitri's monitor spiked. Elena did not look at him. Mara smiled wider. Leave him and one may die. Stay with him and the bond finishes. Such ugly choices, little Voss. Elena's hand tightened around the gun. Mara leaned closer to the camera. Oh, and Dimitri. His voice came like death. Mara, tell her the rest before I do. The room went still. Elena looked slowly at Dimitri. His face had gone blank. Not confusion. Knowledge. Her stomach dropped. What rest? Mara laughed softly. You did not think Katerina was the only Voss girl he hid, did you? Elena's blood turned to ice. Dimitri's eyes met hers. Elena. The screen cut to black. The silence afterward was worse than the gunfire. Elena lifted the gun, this time directly at Dimitri's chest. What is she talking about? Dimitri did not answer fast enough. And in that pause, the rage bond twisted hard enough to hurt them both. End of Chapter 5. Twins for the Dark Dawn. Chapter 6. The Sister Who Survived. Elena kept the gun aimed at Dimitri's chest. Not his head. Not his heart. His chest. Because if she aimed for his heart, some traitorous part of her might hesitate. Dimitri sat half upright on the medical bed, pale from blood loss, stitches fresh beneath white bandages. One hand braced against the mattress like standing was still an option. It was not. Levina had made that clear with both medical authority and threats. But Dmitri Orlov looked like the kind of man who considered medical advice a suggestion for weaker criminals. Elena's finger rested outside the trigger guard. Barely. She had learned that much from Katerina's old shooting instructor, a retired policewoman who smoked too much, and said women survived longer when they did not confuse panic with aim. Right now, Elena's aim was excellent. Her panic was worse. Mara's final words still hung in the room. You did not think Katerina was the only Voss girl he hid, did you? Elena's voice came cold. Explain. Dimitri's eyes held hers. For once, no answer came quickly. That was all the confession she needed. The bond between them stirred. Not hot now, not seductive, but dark and brutal. It pulled around the space between her gun and his body, as if her threat had become part of the same machine that had already used grief, rage, blood, and pregnancy. She hated it. She hated him more for being the center of it. Elena, he said carefully. No. His mouth closed. Good. You do not say my name like it belongs to your explanation. Pain flashed across his face. Not physical. Good. Let that bleed too. Anya stood near Katerina's bed, one hand on the rail, her body angled as if she could step between Alina and Dmitri if needed. Smart woman. Terrible plan. Roman remained beside the Sokolov Mikhailova canister, one hand resting on the thermal case, eyes moving between Alina, Dmitri, and the suite doors. Nikolai stood beside the monitor bank, silent as winter. Katerina lay in the second medical bed, awake now, pale and shaking. Her eyes were on Dmitri, not with love, not with hatred, with fear tangled around something older. Trust, maybe. Broken trust. That was worse. Alina lifted the gun a fraction higher. What other Voss girl did you hide? Dmitri's jaw tightened. You. The room went still. For 1 second, Alina heard nothing. Not the monitor. Not Katerina's weak breathing. Not Roman's muttered curse. Only that single word. You. Her hand did not shake. That almost frightened her. No, she said. Dmitri's eyes darkened. Yes. No. Alina. She fired. The bullet hit the wall 2 inches from his shoulder. Everyone moved. Nikolai caught Anya by the waist and pulled her back from the line of fire. Roman's gun came up. Levina swore loudly enough to wake the dead. Dmitri did not flinch. He looked at the bullet hole beside him, then back at Alina. Next one goes into you, she said. His voice stayed quiet. I know. Good, then speak carefully. He inhaled once, slow and painful. After Katerina's false death, you disappeared for 21 days. I was home. You were not. White light flickered behind Alina's eyes. Bathroom tile. Vodka. Katerina's sweater. Rained. No, not rained. The memory bent when she looked at it too hard. Her stomach turned. Dmitri continued. Mara took you from your apartment 48 hours after the funeral. No. She had men inside the building. They drugged you in the stairwell. No. Alina. I said no. The bond pulsed. Dmitri's monitor spiked. He forced his hand, open against the sheet. He was trying not to react. She could see it. She hated that she could see it. Katerina whispered, It's true. Alina froze. Slowly, she turned to her sister. Katerina's face crumpled. Alina, I remembered pieces when Mara showed me the feed. What feed? Katerina swallowed. Your hallway, your coat. You dropped your keys. One of them caught you before you hit the stairs. Alina's vision narrowed. Keys. She remembered losing her keys. She had thought grief had made her careless. She remembered waking on the bathroom floor. No. Had she woken there? Or had she been placed there? Her hand tightened around the gun. Dmitri's voice came from the bed, lower now. My men intercepted a cradle recovery vehicle 2 days later, outside an old Orlov clinic. Alina turned back. Your clinic. My father's, closed before I inherited most of his sins. Most? Yes. What were they doing to me? His face hardened. I did not know all of it then. Do not start with what you did not know. Dmitri's eyes held hers. They had already primed you. The words entered the room like smoke under a door. Primed. The file word. The medical word. The word that made her body feel like a building stranger's, had wired before setting the first fire. Alina could barely breathe. Dmitri continued. Hormonal manipulation. Memory work. Bloodline exposure. They had not completed whatever Mara intended, but you were unstable, feverish, and not conscious. Levina stepped closer, eyes sharp. Do you have records? Dmitri looked toward the locked case near the fireplace wall. Yes. Elena laughed. Small. Empty. Of course you do. His jaw tightened. I kept everything I could. You hid everything you could. Yes. At least he did not deny it. That almost made it worse. Elena stepped toward him. The gun stayed level. You found me drugged after my sister's fake funeral, and you did not tell me. No. You knew they had touched my body, changed my memory, made me part of some twin protocol, and you sent me home. His face looked carved from stone. Yes. Katerina started crying softly. Elena ignored the sound because if she looked at her sister, she would break too soon. Why? Dmitri looked at Katerina, then back at Elena. Because Mara had Katerina. Elena's heart stopped. What? Dmitri's voice roughened. When I found you, Katerina was still in my safe house, hidden, recovering, barely remembering her own name. Mara sent me a video 2 hours after we brought you in. His eyes went colder. She showed Katerina with a needle at her throat and told me if Elena Voss learned her sister was alive before the revenge protocol matured, Katerina would die. Katerina made a broken sound. Elena did not move. Matured. Revenge matured. The words from her missing memory returned. Not yet, let revenge mature. Mara had said it. Dmitri had heard it too. Everyone had known the shape of Elena's life, except Elena. Dmitri's hands curled around the sheets. I made a choice. Elena's voice dropped. No, you made my choice. Yes. The word hit harder because it was honest. I told myself you were safer not knowing. I told myself Katerina was safer if you kept believing the false death. I told myself I could watch you, keep Mara away, and find enough evidence to end it before the circle brought you back to me. His mouth twisted. Men tell themselves many useful lies. Elena's throat burned. And while I buried a stranger, his eyes closed once. When he opened them, the guilt was naked. I watched. The room went silent. Elena stared at him. Every part of her wanted to shoot. Not kill. Maybe not. But hurt. Make the body carry what words could not. You watched me bury a stranger, she said. Yes. You watched me keep ashes that were not my sister. Yes. You watched me become exactly what Mara needed. Yes. Why did you not stop me? Dmitri's voice broke at the edge. Only once. Because every time I moved too close, Mara moved closer to Katerina. Katerina whispered, Elena, he did keep me alive. Elena turned on her. Do not defend him. I'm not. Her sister's voice trembled. I'm telling you what happened. Elena's hand shook now. Finally, Katerina tried to sit. Anya helped her carefully. He found me in the van. I was dying. I didn't remember you at first. I remembered the tattoo, the crescent, the numbers. He kept asking who Elena was, and I couldn't answer. Tears slid down her face. Then I remembered you screaming at our father's funeral because the priest said wrong things about him. I remembered you stealing my red boots. I remembered the necklace. I begged Dmitri to find you. Elena could not breathe. Katerina looked at Dmitri. He did. then back at Alina. And when he found you, Mara already had both of us on wires. If he pulled one, the other bled. Alina lowered the gun by 1 inch. Not forgiveness. Exhaustion. Dmitri watched the movement, but did not relax. Good. He did not deserve to. Katerina's voice went softer. He hid me because I was evidence. He hid you because you were the target. Alina laughed once. It sounded terrible. And what were we to him? Problems to sort, assets to store, women to keep under casino floors. Dmitri flinched. Good. Katerina did too. Not good. Alina saw it and hated herself immediately. Her sister's voice dropped. I was terrified of him at first. Dmitri looked away. Katerina continued. He never touched me without asking. Not once. Not when I screamed. Not when I forgot where I was. Not when Mara sent messages saying he would trade me. Alina's chest tightened. He locked me in safe rooms, yes. He used guards. He lied to you. He lied to everyone. Katerina swallowed. But when Mara came for me, he stood between us. Alina looked at Dmitri. The dark dawn looked like every word cost him. Not because it redeemed him. Because it did not. Because he had done both. Saved and hidden. Protected and controlled. Kept alive and kept silent. The worst men were simple. Dmitri Orlov was not simple. That made him more dangerous. Levina broke the silence. I require those records. Alina almost laughed again. The doctor's timing was horrible. Necessary. Dmitri looked at Alina, not Levina. The case by the fireplace. Code is Katerina's tattoo numbers. Alina's eyes narrowed. You used our tattoo as a lock. Katerina chose it. Katerina nodded weakly. I wanted something Mara wouldn't know. Alina looked at her sister. She knew enough. Not the last 2 numbers, Katerina whispered. You added them after I cried. Alina remembered. 19 years old. Cheap tattoo parlor. Katerina had cried before the needle touched skin. Alina had laughed, then added 2 digits to their number line because she said fear deserved documentation too. A stupid little joke. A secret only sisters knew. Her throat closed. She crossed to the fireplace. The case was black steel, hidden behind a carved icon of Saint Olga. Alina entered the numbers from her wrist. The lock opened. Inside were 3 drives, 2 paper folders, and a small plastic evidence bag. Inside the bag was a set of keys. Her keys, the ones she had thought she lost in grief. Alina stared. Her apartment key, mailbox key, a tiny brass charm shaped like a fox. She had carried that charm for years. It had vanished after the funeral. No, after the stairwell. Her fingers trembled as she picked up the bag. Dmitri's voice came quietly from the bed. My men found them in the recovery vehicle. Alina closed her eyes. The memory shifted. A hand over her mouth. Keys hitting concrete. A voice saying softly, she needs to wake angry, not broken. Mara's voice. Alina opened her eyes. What else? Dmitri nodded toward the folders. Alina pulled the first one free. Katerina VOSS. Recovery records /ORLOV protection. Inside were medical notes. Photographs, blood work, sedation logs, memory restoration attempts. Katerina's own writing, shaky at first, then steadier. My name is Katerina Voss. My sister is Alina. The man with gray eyes says I am safe. I do not believe him yet. Alina's breath broke. She turned the pages. More notes. I remembered the necklace today. I remembered Alina hates pears. I remembered Mara's perfume before I remembered her face. Another page. If Alina comes, do not let her touch the files until I can tell her myself. She will blame herself. She always does. Alina pressed the heel of her hand to her mouth. Katerina began to cry again. So did Alina. Only for 1 second. Then she shut it down. Not gone. Stored. She opened the second folder. Elena VOSS. Intercepted recovery. / post-funeral memory gap. Her own face stared up from the first photograph. Unconscious. Pale. A bruise along her jaw. An IV in her arm. She lay on a narrow bed in a white room, not unlike the one Roman and Mila had described. Her hair was tangled, her wrist tattoo exposed. The next photograph showed Dmitri standing at the end of the bed, shirt sleeves rolled up, blood on one cuff, face turned away from the camera. Not touching her, watching. Alina's stomach twisted. She hated that the distance mattered. It did. Another page contained Dmitri's handwritten notes. She wakes repeating Katerina's name. No full memory continuity. Fever spikes when shown sister photograph. Removed photograph. Mara sent threat at 02:17. Reveal Katerina and she dies. Returned Alina to apartment at 04:40 with Galina's help. No sedative administered by my men. Memory confusion already present. Alina looked up. Galina helped you. Dmitri nodded once. She hated me for it. Good. She was right too. Also good. The sweet's calm crackled. Galina's voice came through, rough with static. I still hate him, for the record. Alina froze. Galina. Alive, annoyed. In a utility van beneath your casino, with 3 Orlov traders zip-tied behind me. You're welcome. Roman looked toward the speaker. How did you get through the jam? I am old, not decorative. Mila's voice came through next from the Volkov estate. She stole one of Marta's old channels. Marta said distantly, borrowed. Galina snapped, fine, borrowed with intent. Alina almost smiled. Almost. Then she looked at the evidence bag with her keys. Did you help return me to my apartment? Galina was silent. That was answer enough. Alina closed her eyes. Why? Galina's voice changed. Less sharp. More tired. Because Katerina begged us to keep you alive. And Dmitri was too much of a coward to say no to the wrong kind of mercy. Dmitri did not respond. Alina looked at him. He looked down. Galina continued. Mara had killed triggers on Katerina's stabilizer line. We were trying to break them. We failed for months. Katerina whispered, you tried. Galina's voice softened further. Yes, girl, we tried. Alina sat down slowly, with the files in her lap. Her gun rested beside her thigh now. Not raised. Not put away. A middle state. Like everything else. She looked at Dmitri. You should have told me. Yes. There is no acceptable reason. No. You stole my grief. His face tightened. I preserved the lie that did. That distinction does not save you. I know. Good. He knew. Alina looked at the ultrasound image, still frozen, on the smaller monitor. 2 flickers. 2 heartbeats. Her palm moved toward her stomach again. She stopped it halfway. Dmitri saw. His face changed. Not possessive. Grieved. That was worse. The room's main monitor beeped. Alexei stepped to the screen. Bloodwork expansion is done. Alina went cold. Levin across the room. Show me first. No, Alina said. Everyone looked at her. She stood. Show me. Levina hesitated, then nodded. Alexei opened the report. Lines of markers appeared. Alina understood almost none of them, but she understood the bold warnings. Twin gestation confirmed, early stay. Candidate A, stable cardiac activity. Candidate B, unstable cardiac activity / anomalous marker expression. Maternal system, primed with non-standard receptor agents. Orlov proximity response, detected through stress hormone stabilization. Alina's mouth went dry. Meaning? Levina read quickly, face grim. Your body is responding to Dmitri's presence chemically. Stress markers drop when he is within range. Candidate B's cardiac activity appears stronger during proximity windows. The cage tightened. There it was again. Medical logic. Reasonable imprisonment. Dmitri closed his eyes. His monitor spiked once, then steadied. He was fighting the same conclusion. Good. Alina needed him fighting it. What about the synthetic substitute? She asked. Levina looked at the file. Referenced but not included. Dmitri's eyes opened. Mara has it. Likely. Alina laughed softly. Of course she does. Alexei scrolled lower. Then stopped. What? Nikolai asked. Alexei's face changed. Alina, there is a hidden attachment. Open it. Dmitri's voice sharpened. Scan first. Alexei scanned. No active malware. Opening. A video file loaded. Katerina made a small sound. Galina cursed over comms. The video showed a white room. Katerina sat in a chair, wrists restrained, eyes half-focused. Mara stood beside her. Younger by months only. Same white scarf. Same red mouth. Dmitri stood in the background, hands bound behind him, 2 guards holding guns on him. Alina's pulse kicked. Dmitri went still. On screen, Mara stroked Katerina's hair. Tell him what you remembered. Katerina shook her head weakly. Mara nodded to a guard. The guard pressed a gun to Dmitri's side. The wound on the current Dmitri's body was not the first. Not by far. On the screen, Dmitri did not move. Katerina so. Bebed, Alina. I remembered Alina. Mara smiled. There we are. She looked at Dmitri. Now choose. The sister who remembers or the sister who doesn't know she was taken. Alina's throat closed. On screen, Dmitri's face was murderous. But still, so still, Mara continued. If Alina learns Katerina lives, I kill this one. If Katerina leaves your protection, I tell Alina you murdered her. If you refuse the future field event, I take both. Dmitri's voice on the recording came low. You will die for this. Mara laughed. Eventually, but not before I make you protect the wrong woman at the right time. The video ended. Silence. Alina could not move. There it was. The trap before the trap. Not hearsay. not Dimitri's version. Proof. He had been forced into the lie. That did not erase the lie, but it changed its shape. Katerina whispered, "I forgot that part." Dimitri said nothing. Alina looked at him. He did not meet her eyes. For the first time since she had entered Black Saint Casino, the dark Don looked ashamed without defense. No posture, no strategy, no sharp answer. Just shame. That was harder to shoot. Alina hated that. She picked up the gun anyway and walked toward him. Every person in the room went still. Dimitri looked up only when she reached the side of his bed. She placed the gun on the table beside him. Not in his hand. Not aimed. Downed. "You lied to me," she said. "Yes. You hid my sister." "Yes. You hid me." "Yes. You let me grieve a body that was not hers." Pain moved through his face. "Yes. You also kept her alive." "Yes. You intercepted me from Mara once." "Yes. And you still do not get forgiven tonight." His eyes held hers. "I know." The bond moved between them. Not violent, not calm, a living wound refusing to close. Alina leaned closer. Dimitri did not move. "Here is what happens now," she said. "Katerina tells her own story. I decide what to do with mine. You do not edit either one." His voice was quiet. "Agreed. If I need distance, I take it." "Yes. If the twins react, we find the substitute." "Yes. If the bond hurts you, I manage it." "No," her eyes narrowed. "You report it before it becomes my problem." The faintest trace of something almost human crossed his mouth. "Agreed." She straightened. "And if you ever call me Katia again, I shoot you in the leg." His gaze darkened. Not lust, not only, something like admiration under pain. "Fair. Good." For 1 second, neither of them looked away. Then Katerina cried out. Alina turned instantly. Her sister's body arched off the bed. The monitor screamed. Levina moved fast. "Katerina." Katerina gasped, one hand clawing at her stomach. Alina's blood turned cold. Dimitri tried to rise. "No," Levina snapped. "Stay down." Katerina's eyes flew open. "Alina." Alina reached her side. "I'm here." Katerina gripped her wrist. "Too hard." "The room," she gasped. "I remember the room." "What room?" "The room where they tried me first." Alina's stomach dropped. Katerina sobbed through pain. "Mara said I failed because there was only one heartbeat." Levina froze. Alina's pulse went silent. "What?" Katerina's eyes locked on hers. "One heartbeat failed in me." Her voice broke. "Then she said they would use you for 2. The room went dead quiet. Alina could not breathe. Dimitri's voice came from the other bed, barely human. "What happened to the first heartbeat?" Katerina's gaze shifted to him. "Terror, grief, memory. I don't know." Alexei's terminal beeped. He looked down. His face went pale. "Nikolai." "What?" The hidden attachment unlocked another file. Dimitri's voice cut like glass. "Read it." Alexei looked at Alina. Then Katerina. Then the screen. Failed VOSS trial. Heartbeat transfer log. Original host, Katerina Voss. Viable material recovered after failed gestation attempt. Secondary implantation pathway prepared. Alina Voss. Twin candidate be constructed from recovered material and rival paternal marker. Alina stopped hearing. Recovered material. Original host, Katerina. Twin candidate B. Her sister's failed heartbeat. Inside her. No. No. Katerina began to sob. Alina stood frozen beside her bed. Dimitri's monitor spiked violently. The rage bond rose like fire. Alina felt it. This time, she did not fight the first wave. She turned slowly toward the screen. Her voice came out calm. Too calm. Rival paternal marker. Nikolai's face went cold. Roman's did too. Dimitri looked like death, had learned a man's name. Levina whispered, "We need the full genetic map." Alexei scrolled one line lower. The screen flickered. Then the marker appeared. Not a name. A code. D01/Kingline Exile. Nikolai went very still. Roman turned toward him. Dimitri's eyes narrowed. Alina looked between them. What does that mean? No one answered. Then Galina's voice crackled through the calm, old and grim. It means the second twin may not be Orlov. Alina's hand moved to her stomach. 2 heartbeats. 1 Orlov. 1 something else. 1 built from her sister's failed try. Al. 1 carrying a Kingline exile marker. The room tilted. Dimitri tried to stand. This time, no one stopped him fast enough. He made it 1 step before collapsing to 1 knee, blood blooming through his bandage. Alina moved toward him before she could think. The bond pulled. The twins' god, the twins, seemed to answer with a strange, deep pressure inside her. Dimitri looked up at her from the floor. Rage in his eyes. Horror under it. Not at her. For her. For Katerina. For whatever the circle had stitched into all of them. Alina stopped just beyond his reach. The old cage waited. Touch him and steady him. Leave him and hurt him. The cradle circle had built the room again. Alina looked at the files. Then at her sister. Then at Dimitri. No, she said. Not to him. Not to herself. To the architecture. She turned to Anya. Find Mara. Anya's eyes sharpened. Alina looked at Nikolai. Find the Kingline exile. Nikolai's face had gone unreadable. But something old moved behind his eyes. Recognition, maybe. Fear. Alina looked at Dimitri last. And you, she said, get back on the bed before I need to save your life again. For 1 second, Dimitri stared at her. Then, even on his knees, bleeding and half-broken, his mouth almost curved. Yes, Alina. This time, he got her name right. End of Chapter 6. Twins for the Dark Dawn. Chapter 7. The Impossible Twins. Dimitri got back on the bed. Not because he enjoyed obedience. Because Alina was holding a gun, carrying 2 impossible heartbeats, and looking at him like she had finally found something larger than fear. War. That was what stood in her eyes now. Not grief. Not revenge. Not even hatred. War had cleaned her face of everything decorative. Dimitri had seen that look in men before gunfire, in kings before betrayal. In himself, the night he learned Mara had not died, but had changed sides with half his house in her pocket. He had never seen it on a woman while she stood beside her sister's bed, and ordered 4 Bratva houses into motion. It should not have steadied him. It did. That was dangerous. Everything about Alina Voss was dangerous now. Her anger, her blood, her pregnancy, the two flickers on Levina's screen, the way the bond pulled when she spoke his name correctly, and punished him when she stepped too far away. Dmitri lowered himself onto the medical bed, while Levina glared as if she had personally invented survival. And everyone around her kept insulting the concept. Finally, she snapped, "A miracle." Alina did not look at him. Good. If she looked, the bond might use it. Instead, she faced Nikolai Volkov. You know what D01 means? Nikolai's expression gave nothing. That was answer enough. Anya stood beside him, arms folded. Nikolai. He looked at her. Only then did something move beneath the king's cold face. Old memory. Old blood. Old danger. D could mean Dragunov, Nikolai said. The room changed. Even Roman went still. Alina looked between them. Dragunov. Dmitri's voice came low from the bed. Casimir Dragunov. Katerina's fingers tightened around the blanket. Anya's eyes sharpened. The dead Mafia king. Dmitri looked toward Nikolai. Nikolai's mouth hardened. Presumed dead. Alina laughed once. Hollow. Of course. Roman muttered. This family vocabulary needs reform. Galina's voice crackled through the calm from her utility van beneath the casino. Casimir Dragunov died 10 years ago in a prison transport fire. Dmitri looked toward the speaker. You never believed that. No, Galina said, because I saw the corpse they used. Alina went cold. A decoy. Burned too badly for anyone to question. Convenient deaths always smell the same. Katerina whispered, like mine. The room went silent. Alina moved to her sister instantly, touching her hand. Not like yours, she said. You came back. Katerina's eyes filled. Dmitri turned his face away. Not because the sight hurt, because it did, and Katerina deserved one less man watching her pain. Alina saw the movement. Damn. She saw everything now. The cruel things. The decent ones. The lies. The restraint. The fact that Dmitri kept making good choices too late, and bad choices for reasons that had teeth. Nikolai stepped toward Alexei's terminal. Find every Dragunov reference. Alexei was already typing. Roman looked at Dmitri. If Candidate B carries Dragunov markers, this is not only your house. No, Dmitri said, it fractures mine. Alina looked up. Why? Dmitri's eyes found hers. The pole moved immediately. He kept his hands flat on the bed. Alina, Orlov, and Dragunov bloodlines have been enemies for generations. Define enemies. My grandfather killed his uncle. His father burned one of our ports. We poisoned 3 of their accountants. They buried 2 of our captains alive. Alina stared. That is not enemies. That is a generational hobby. Roman's mouth twitched. Nikolai did not look amused. Dmitri continued. If one twin is Orlov and the other carries Dragunov king line markers, both houses will claim leverage, or deny them, or kill them before anyone else claims either. Katerina made a small sound. Alina's hand moved to her stomach before she could stop it. This time she let it stay there. Not maternal. Not acceptance. Protection, maybe. Or horror with a palm. Dmitri saw. His monitor spiked. He closed his eyes. The restraint in him was visible, violent, almost ugly. Alina watched it and understood the circle's design. Pregnancy as fuse, rival blood as spark, Dmitri's rage as fire, her fear as oxygen. They wanted a war born inside her before either heartbeat had a name. No, she said. Everyone looked at her. Alina's voice hardened. No one claims them. No one denies them. No one kills them. Dmitri opened his eyes. His voice was rough. Agreed. You do not get first agreement like that. Makes you generous. His mouth tightened. Noted. Anya almost smiled. Almost. Alexei's terminal beeped. Found Dragunov reference, he said. Encrypted attachment in Mara's private notes. Nikolai moved closer. Open it. Alexei tried. Denied. He tried again. Denied. Mila's voice came through Roman's comm from the Volkov estate. Try the casino name backward. Alexei stopped. Why? Because Mara is theatrical, and theatrical people think mirrors are personality. Dmitri looked toward the speaker. She is not wrong. Alex entered TNIST KCALB. Denied. Mila sighed audibly. Not literally backward. Saint before black. Try SAINTBLACK D01. Alexei entered it. The file opened. Roman muttered, infuriating. Mila replied, useful. The screen filled with a map. Not of the casino. Of the lower tunnels beneath it. Alina stepped closer. The map showed the old vault level, the counting room, the parking tunnel, and beneath all of them, one more chamber not listed in Dmitri's system. Chapel vault decommissioned. Dmitri's face went cold. No. Alina looked at him. What is it? My father's old pledge room. Roman's expression darkened. You had one under a casino. Dmitri looked at him. You had a fertility clinic under a mansion. Roman paused. Fair. Nikolai said, what was stored there? Blood oaths, debt ledgers, marriage contracts, prisoner exchanges. Dmitri's jaw tightened. It was sealed when I took Black Saint. Alexei scrolled. A live signal blinked in the chapel vault. Alina's pulse kicked. What is that? Alexei opened the marker. Synthetic substitute. Oarlo VVOSS stabilization packet. Status, active/ready for extraction. Warning, removal triggers vault purge. Levina stepped forward fast. Synthetic substitute. Alina's chest tightened. The thing that lets me leave his radius. Possibly, Levina said, or another trap. Both, Anya said. Dmitri swung his legs over the bed again. Levina grabbed a scalpel from the tray. Try it, and I cut your other side open to make symmetry. He stopped. Barely. Alina turned toward him. You are not going. His eyes sharpened. That vault is under my casino, and your body is currently held together by thread and criminal arrogance. It is my responsibility. No, Alina stepped closer, stopping just outside his reach. You do not get to bleed for every room your father built. The words struck. Hard. The monitor betrayed him. One spike, then another. Dmitri's gaze held hers. If the substitute works, you can leave. The honesty was brutal. So was the pain under it. Alina felt the bond pull, as if it hated the sentence. Good. Let it hate. Yes, she said. His mouth tightened. Then I send men. You send Roman, Nikolai, Alexei, people who can walk. Roman looked up. I appreciate being categorized as ambulatory. Mila's voice cut through the calm. Do not get stabbed to prove it. Roman looked at the speaker. You are supposed to be watching Lev. I am watching Lev and your terrible decisions. Alina's gaze moved to Katerina. Her sister was pale but awake, watching everything with haunted eyes. Katerina whispered, Alina, don't go down there. I'm not. Dmitri looked at her sharply. Alina lifted one brow. I'm pregnant, bleeding, and not stupid. Debatable on the last point, Galina muttered. Alina looked at the speaker. I heard that. You were supposed to. Dmitri's mouth almost moved. Alina saw. The bond flickered. She looked away. Nikolai turned to Roman. You and I take Alex. Dmitri coordinates from here. Dmitri's jaw tightened. Alina pointed at him. You coordinate horizontally. I dislike this plan. You dislike not controlling the room. Yes. At least he was honest. Alina looked at Anya. You stay with me. Anya nodded. Yes. Katerina too. Yes. Dmitri's eyes moved to the screens. Mara wanted this vault opened. Nikolai said, obviously. There will be blood authentication. Roman looked at him. Whose? Dmitri's mouth hardened. Mind. The room went quiet. Alina's stomach dropped. Of course. Another blood door. Another man who had to bleed. Because the dead built their houses like rituals. Dmitri reached toward tea. He table. Levina slapped his hand. He looked genuinely startled. Alina almost smiled. Almost. Levina snapped. If anyone is taking blood from you, it is me. Sterile, minimal, measured. Not some dramatic, palm-cutting nonsense. Anya murmured, I like her more every hour. Levina drew a small vial of Dmitri's blood, while muttering insults about Mafia architecture, ritual masculinity, and preventable infection. Roman took the vial. Dmitri's gaze held his. If there is a canister inside, I bring it out. If there is a living woman, I bring her out. If Mara is there. Roman's face went cold. That depends what she is holding. Dmitri nodded once. Fair. Alina did not like fair. Fair had too many bodies under it. Nikolai, Roman, and Alexei left through the hidden passage. The suite door sealed behind them. This time, Alina watched the lock. Manual override. Open from inside. Open from outside. No cage. Terms. She could live with terms. For now, waiting was worse than blood. Alina learned that in Dmitri Orlov's private medical room, while the men descended toward the chapel vault. And every screen showed camera feeds that could go black at any second. Dmitri lay on the medical bed, with his eyes fixed on the central monitor. Alina stood beside Katerina. Anya stood near the door. Levina prepared emergency supplies, with the quiet fury of a doctor certain she would soon need all of them. Katerina watched Dmitri when she thought Alina was not looking. Alina saw. Of course she saw. She was becoming very good at seeing what people tried to hide. What? Alina asked softly. Katerina flinched. Nothing. Keisha. Her sister's mouth trembled. He looks worse. Alina glanced at Dmitri. He did. Pale, tense, too still. blood seeping faintly through the new bandage despite Levina's work. "He is an idiot," Alina said. Katerina gave a tiny laugh. It turned into a wince, then into tears. Alina sat beside her instantly. "What?" Katerina shook her head. "I don't know what I feel." "Good, then don't decide." Her sister looked at her. Alina touched her hair. "You're alive. That's enough work for tonight." Katerina's gaze dropped to Alina's stomach. Alina went still. "The twins. The impossible twins." Katerina whispered. "One of them was from me first." Alina's throat tightened. "We do not know what that means." The file said, "The file also called you a failed host and me a catalyst." Alina's voice sharpened. "We are not using their words as truth without witnesses." Katerina nodded, but tears kept falling. Alina looked at Levina. "Can that even happen?" Levina's face remained clinical. Embryonic material can be transferred, altered, resequenced, or combined in experimental settings. Whether what they wrote is medically accurate, exaggerated, or deliberately manipulative requires testing. That is a long way to say maybe. Yes. Terrible answer. Accurate answer. Alina looked toward Dmitri. He had not moved, but she knew he was listening. His hand gripped the sheet. The bond tugged faintly when her distress rose. He did not look at her. He did not make it worse. Good. On screen, Nikolai's team reached a lower steel door. Alexei scanned the lock. Roman held Dmitri's blood vial. Nikolai looked up at the camera and spoke through the comm. Blood authentication required. Dmitri's voice came rough. Use left panel, not the center. Roman paused. Why? Center panel triggers debt room purge. My father enjoyed false options. Alina stared. Even your locks are manipulative. Dmitri said, yes. Roman used the left panel. The door opened. The screen flickered, then showed darkness beyond. Nikolai entered first. Roman second. Alexei third. Their cameras adjusted. The chapel vault appeared. Alina understood the name immediately. It had been built like a church for men who worshipped power and called it blood. Low stone ceiling, black altar, iron candelabras, old icons with the faces scratched out, a long table with restraints bolted to it, rows of shelves filled with ledgers, blood vials, marriage contracts, and black boxes marked by family crests. At the far end sat a refrigeration unit glowing red, and beside it stood Mara Orlov. White scarf, gray coat, gun in one hand, in the other a syringe. Alina's blood went cold. Mara smiled into the camera. Hello, husband. Dmitri went still. The monitor beside him spiked. Alina stepped closer to the bed before thinking. Not touching. Near enough. The monitor slowed by 2 beats. Dmitri noticed. So did everyone. Damn it. Mara noticed too. Of course. Beautiful, she said. Even wounded, you answer to her. Dmitri's voice came flat. You were always fond of watching what you could not feel. Mara's smile sharpened. Roman aimed his gun at her. Put down the syringe. Mara looked at him. This. No. This is the synthetic substitute Alina wants. The only one stable enough to keep candidate B from failing if she leaves Dmitri's radius. Elen gripped the edge of Katerina's bed. Candidate B. The second heartbeat. The anomalous one. The possible Dragunov marker. The possible remnant of Katerina's failed trial. Mara lifted the syringe. One little vial between freedom and dependency. Tragic, isn't it? Anya muttered, "She talks too much." Dimitri's mouth tightened. On screen, Nikolai moved slightly left. Mara's gun shifted to him. "Careful, Volkov. I may not fear your wife, but I respect her aim." Anya smiled without warmth. "That is healthy." Mara's eyes flicked toward the camera feed, then to Alina through the screen. "You should have stayed angry, little Voss. Rage is easier to guide than questions." Alina stepped toward the monitor. "Did you take me after the funeral?" "Yes." The answer came easily. Too easily. "Did you implant me?" Mara's smile softened. "Partially." The room went cold. Alina's body felt suddenly far away. Dimitri's heart monitor spiked again. Levina snapped, "Control it." Dimitri's jaw clenched. He controlled it. Barely. Alina forced her voice steady. "What does partially mean?" Mara tilted her head. "It means your body was prepared. Your sister's failed material was recovered. Orlov rage did the rest." Levina whispered, "That is not a medical answer." Mara laughed. "No, it is a poetic one." Roman's gun stayed fixed on her. The actual answer. Mara looked bored. Embryo A is Orlov Voss. Natural activation through engineered priming and first blood contact. Embryo B is more complicated. Dimitri's voice went low. "Dragunov." Mara smiled. "Very good." Alina felt the floor tilt. Katerina gripped her hand. Mara continued. "A king-line marker preserved from an exile everyone thought dead. Combined with recovered Voss material. Stabilized only when Orlov rage bond output reached threshold." Alina's mouth went dry. "Why?" Mara's eyes lit. "There is the real question." Nikolai said, "To force Orlov and Dragunov into succession conflict." "Partly." Roman's voice hardened, and Mara lifted the syringe. "Because the circle learned that single heirs can be killed, stolen, or disobedient. Twins create dispute. Triplets create mythology. But rival twins inside one woman," her smile widened, "that creates a war no king can ignore." Dimitri's voice came like death. "You put war in her body." Mara looked at him. "No, darling, I put your history there. War was already the family language." The words hit. Alina hated that they were sharp enough to cut. Mara looked back at the camera. One twin for Orlov. One for the dead Dragunov king. A Voss mother with queen-adjacent markers. A sister who failed first. A Don whose rage stabilizes both. Political perfection. Alina's hand went to her stomach. This time, nobody looked away. She did not care. "What happens if candidate B destabilizes?" she asked. Mara's smile faded by 1 degree. "Pain, bleeding, loss." The word loss did more damage than Alina expected. She had not chosen the twins. She did not know what they meant. She did not know if she could love something created through violation. But loss entered the room and became another kind of threat. Mara saw it. "Ah," she whispered. "There, the body understands before the mind forgives." Dimitri's monitor spiked so violently Levina swore. Alina turned toward him. His eyes were black. Full black. Rage bond rising. Mara had found the cut. "Of course." Alina stepped close enough for Dmitri to see her clearly. "Look at me." His eyes snapped to hers. The monitor kept screaming. "Do not make this about your rage," she said. His breathing was harsh. "Mara has the vial." "Yes, and if you lose control, she wins twice." His jaw trembled with restraint. Alina leaned closer. Still not touching. "You told me I had options. Prove you meant it." The words struck deeper than command. Dmitri closed his eyes. 1 second. 2. 3. The monitor slowed. Gray returned at the edges of his eyes. Mara's voice came through the screen, almost irritated. "How touching." Alina did not look away from Dmitri. "No," she said, "how inconvenient." Dmitri's mouth almost curved. Then the gunfire started in the chapel vault. Mara moved first. She threw the syringe into the air. Roman lunged for it. Nikolai fired at Mara's gun hand. Alexei took out the overhead light. The screen shook as body cameras shifted. White flashes and black stone and gunfire turning the chapel into fractured images. Alina could not breathe. The syringe. The substitute. Candidate B. Katerina's hand crushed hers. Dmitri tried to rise. Alina shoved him back, with one hand before thinking. The contact hit. Bond. Heat. Rage. Need. His body went rigid beneath her palm. So did hers. The monitor screamed again. She snatched her hand back. "No." His face twisted. Not with anger. With pain. "Stay," he said. Not command. Not plea. A broken instinct he immediately hated. Alina heard the difference. She still stepped back. "I am here. That is not the same." Dmitri's eyes locked on hers. Then he nodded. Once. On screen, Roman caught the syringe before it hit the floor. Mara shot him. The bullet hit his vest and knocked him back into the altar. Roman swore. Mila's voice screamed through the comm. "Roman." He groaned. "Vest. Do not say vest like that helps." "It does." Nikolai slammed Mara against the refrigeration unit. She slashed his arm with a hidden blade. Anya cursed softly. Alina's eyes narrowed. Mara was not trying to escape. She was buying time. "For what?" Alina whispered. Dmitri heard. His gaze snapped to the screen. The refrigeration unit behind Mara flashed red. Alexei shouted, "Purge trigger." Mara smiled through blood on her lip. The substitute is not the only thing in this room. The unit door unlocked. Inside were 3 canisters. One marked D01 King Line Exile, preserved sample. The second, ORLOVVUSS Candidate Backup. The third, DRAGUNOVBLOVA Triplet Protocol. Book 4 sat in that freezer. Alina did not know the woman's name yet, but she saw the future trap. Dmitri did too. His voice dropped. "Mara." She looked into Nikolai's camera and smiled. "Tell Casimir the Snow Bride is already running." Then she slammed her hand onto the purge switch. Alexei shot the panel. Too late. The unit began to vent. Temperature rising. Levina shouted at the monitor. "Remove the canisters now." Nikolai grabbed the D01 sample. Roman secured the substitute syringe. Alexei reached for the Orlov Voss backup. Mara lunged for the Dragunov Belova canister. Dmitri's voice cut through the comm. "Stop her." Roman tackled her before she reached the door. Mara hit the stone floor hard, but she laughed. Still laughing, Nikolai lifted his gun. Anya's voice cut in, alive if possible. Mara turned her head toward the camera. Toward Alina. Ask Dmitri who the Dragunov bride is. Dmitri went still. Alina turned toward him slowly. He knew. Of course he knew. The cradle circle had built a series of traps, and every man seemed to own one locked drawer. Mara, he said. She smiled wider. Tell Sophia I said congratulations. Roman knocked her unconscious with the butt of his gun. Finally, the chapel vault went silent, except for the alarm and Levina shouting temperature instructions through 3 separate comm channels. Alina stared at Dmitri. Sophia. His eyes met hers. A beloved heiress, he said. And promised to a Dragunov successor. Wrong answer. His jaw flexed. Promised to a fake king if Casimir is alive. Katerina whispered, another bride. Alina's hand tightened. The room seemed to stretch forward. Snow bride. Dead king. Triplet protocol. The next trap already moving. Roman's voice came through the comm. We have substitute, D01 sample, Orlov Voss backup, Dragunov canister, Mara alive. Dmitri closed his eyes. Relief crossed his face before pain swallowed it. Alina hated that she saw. Levina took the syringe from Roman's hand when he entered the suite minutes later. Breath rough, and vest dented from the bullet. Mila was still yelling at him through the comm. Roman looked tired enough to apologize. He did not. Smart man. Levina examined the syringe under a portable scanner. Could be the substitute. Could be poison. I need to test it against Alina's sample and Dmitri's blood markers. How long? Alina asked. Long enough that you will hate the answer. Already there. Dmitri's gaze stayed on the syringe. If it works. Alina turned to him. If it works, we decide what to do with the information. Not you, not the bond, not Mara. He nodded. Yes. His obedience was becoming less satisfying. Worse, it was becoming believable. That was a problem for later. Alexei loaded the retrieved files. The D01 sample data unlocked part of the impossible twin map. The screen filled with genetic markers. Levina read silently, then aloud. Candidate A shows Orlov Voss markers. Candidate B shows Voss material with inserted Dragunov king-line expression. Alina swallowed. So one is Dmitri's. Likely. And one is Dragunov. Genetically, possibly. Dmitri's face hardened. Alina looked at him, politically. Nikolai answered, explosive. Roman nodded grimly. Orlov House could claim both through gestation and bond. Dragunov loyalists could claim candidate B. The circle could expose just enough to turn every faction against each other. Anya said, and if Casimir is alive. Nikolai's face went colder. Then the dead king returns to find his bloodline carried by another Don's bonded woman. Alina laughed once, not because it was funny, because it was insane. The twins are not even born, and everyone is already drawing borders around them. Dmitri's voice came low, not everyone. She looked at him. His eyes held hers. No Orlov man claims either heartbeat without your consent. The bond reacted. The monitor did too. But Dmitri did not move. Alina stared at him. You keep saying correct things when I'm most prepared to hate you. His mouth almost curved. Bad timing. Very. Katerin. Reached for Alina's hand. Alina took it. Her sister's palm was cold. What happens now? Katerina asked. Alina looked at the screen. At Candidate A. Candidate B. At D01. At the Dragonov Belova protocol. At Mara unconscious on another monitor, cuffed and guarded. At Dmitri bleeding on a bed, held together by thread, guilt, and brutal control. At the synthetic substitute that might give Alina distance from him without threatening one heartbeat. Might. Everything was might. Levina's scanner beeped. Everyone turned. The doctor looked at the result. The substitute is real. Alina's breath stopped. Levina continued. Not a cure. A regulator. Temporary. It may stabilize Candidate B without requiring constant proximity to Dmitri. The room shifted. Dmitri closed his eyes. Relief. Pain. Both. Alina felt both through the bond and hated that she could. How temporary? She asked. 12 hours per dose, maybe less under stress. Alina nodded. A leash with a longer chain. Still better. Use it. Dmitri's eyes opened. Are there risks? Levina looked at him. Of course. Alina lifted a brow. Thank you, doctor. Comfort as always. I am not here for comfort. Clearly. Levina prepared the injection. Alina held out her arm. Dmitri's whole body went still. He did not object. Good. Levina administered the dose. The effect was not dramatic. No light. No sudden relief. Just after several minutes, a quiet loosening inside Alina's body. A pressure she had not fully noticed until it eased. The bond between her and Dmitri did not vanish, but it stepped back. Enough for air. Enough to think. Dmitri felt it too. His monitor steadied. His face went unreadable. Alina knew why. The thing that hurt him had also anchored him. Now she had distance. He had pain. She should have been glad. She was. Mostly. Dmitri looked at her. Better. Alina flexed her fingers. Yes. Good. No hesitation. No bitterness. That did more damage than if he had begged. Alina looked away first. By midnight, Black Saint Casino was no longer pretending to be a casino. It was a fortress with broken chandeliers, blood under the carpets, and 5 Bratva factions on the edge of learning their future had been stored in canisters and wombs. Mara was alive, in a locked transport room under Roman's guard. Elian was dead. Katerina was stable. The Sokolov Mikhailova canister had been secured for transfer to Levina's vault. The Dragonov Belova canister sat in a shielded cryo case, its label glowing like a prophecy. Triplet protocol. Nikolai had already sent men to locate Sofia Belova. They found her wedding announcement first. Public, elegant, scheduled for tomorrow in the mountains. Bride Sofia Belova. Groom Viktor Dragonov. Dmitri looked at the announcement and said only, fake king. Alina stood beside him, now able to be within reach, without the bond trying to devour the room. That distance was artificial, chemical, temporary, still hers. She would take it. Will she run Alina asked. Nikolai looked at the attached file. She already has. Anya's eyes sharpened. When? 40 minutes ago. Wedding convoy hit by blizzard conditions. Bride missing. Roman swore softly. Mila, through the comm, said, "Of course there is a snow bride." Alina almost smiled. Almost. Then the screen updated with a message from an unknown number. The dead king has her. Dmitri looked at Nikolai. Nikolai looked back. The next war had begun, without asking anyone to finish this one. Typical. Alina turned toward Katerina's bed. Her sister slept. Alive. That word still shook her. Dmitri stood beside Alina, not touching. For once, the silence between them did not feel like a trap. It felt like a battlefield after the smoke, when everyone counted who remained. "Alina," he said. She did not look at him. "What?" "I am sorry." She closed her eyes. The words were too small for what he had done, too necessary to ignore. For which part? All of it. That is vague. I can be specific for years. Her throat tightened. She looked at him then. He looked exhausted, bloodless, bruised, still dangerous. Still the man who had hidden her sister. Still the man who had kept Katerina alive. Still the Don whose rage had been turned into a weapon inside Alina's body. Not forgiven. Not condemned cleanly. Hers to decide. That mattered. No more hidden files, she said. No more. No more choices about me without me. No more. No more dead girls in your walls. Dmitri's face hardened. No more. The bond stirred. Quieter now. Listening. Alina touched her stomach, where two impossible heartbeats existed in violation, politics, and something she did not yet have language for. Whatever they are, she said, they are not Orlov property. Dmitri's voice lowered. No, not Dragunov property. No, not Voss revenge. He looked at her. The words cost her. He saw. No, he said. Katerina stirred in her sleep, whispering Alina's name. Alina went to her. This tea. Ahmed Dmitri did not follow. He stayed where he was. Good. He was learning the exact shape of not following. She sat beside her sister and took her hand. Behind her, Dmitri spoke to Nikolai. Low. Controlled. Find Sophia Belova. Nikolai replied, already moving. Find Casimir. A pause. Then Nikolai said, if he is alive, he will not want to be found. Dmitri looked at Alina, then at the twin protocol on the screen. None of us did. Alina did not turn, but she heard him. Outside, snow began to fall over Moscow. Inside Black Saint, the dead girls had names. The hidden sister breathed. The false wife was chained. And the impossible twins had changed the map of every Bratva house before they were large enough to survive outside Alina's body. One Orlov, one kingline exile, both hers to protect from men who had not yet learned the difference between blood and ownership. The monitor beside Katerina beeped steadily. Alina held her sister's hand and looked at the city beyond the broken glass. Tomorrow, the snow bride would meet the dead king. Tonight, Alina Voss stayed awake with two heartbeats, one sister, and a dawn learning that love, if it ever came, would not be allowed to sound like a cage. End of chapter 7. Twins for the Dark Dawn. Epilogue, Not the Father. By dawn, Black Saint Casino had stopped pretending it was a place for luck. The gaming floor was empty. No champagne. No cards. No laughter from men who thought money could protect them from history. Only broken glass, dried blood, overturned velvet chairs, and armed Orlov men moving through the ruins with rifles drawn. The chained bronze saint still hung upside down above the high-limit pit. Alina stood beneath it and decided the decoration finally looked honest. Dimitri's casino had become what it had always been underneath. A chapel for debts, a theater for violence, a trap with good lighting. She wore one of Anya's spare coats over a borrowed black dress, her wounded arm bandaged, her hair twisted messily at the back of her head. Levina had ordered bed rest. Alina had said no. Levina had threatened sedation. Alina had threatened tax audits. That had earned her 6 minutes of silence. Small victory. Her hand rested lightly over her lower abdomen. 2 heartbeats. The phrase still did not feel real. It felt like something written in another woman's file. Something clinical. Something impossible. But every time Alina tried to pull her hand away, she remembered the ultrasound screen. 2 flickers. 1 Orlov, 1 anomalous. 1 possibly carrying a dead king's bloodline. 1 possibly built from what the circle first tried to take from Katerina. 2 heartbeats inside her. Neither one chosen. Neither one nothing. That was the cruelty. Dimitri stood 20 feet away near the bar, speaking with Nikolai, Roman, and Alexei. He should have been lying down. Instead, he stood stiffly in a fresh black shirt, one arm pressed against his side, face pale enough to make even his men avoid his eyes. Levina had called him medically arrogant. Dimitri had said nothing. Roman had said, "That means yes." Alina had almost smiled. Almost. The synthetic substitute had helped. Not enough to erase the bond. Enough to create space. Enough that Dimitri could stand across the room without his monitor screaming. Enough that Alina could think without her body, trying to orient toward him like he was north. Still, she felt him. A pressure, a line of heat beneath the skin. Quieter now. Waiting. She hated waiting things. Katerina sat in a chair beside Anya, wrapped in 2 blankets, bruised wrists tucked against her chest. She looked too thin, too pale, too alive for Alina's mind to accept without checking every few minutes. Alive? Alina kept repeating it silently. Katerina was alive. The ashes in Alina's apartment belonged to a woman who still needed a name. The debt records were forged. The overdose was staged. The grief was real. Everything else was evidence. Anya approached quietly. "You're staring at the saint." "I'm judging it." Verdict. Melodramatic, accurate, possibly load-bearing. Anya looked up at the chained figure. "I've seen worse interior design." "Alina's wedding chapel," Roman asked from behind them. Anya did not turn. "Yes." Nikolai's voice came cold from the bar. "I heard that." "You were meant to." Alina almost smiled again. Almost. Then Dimitri looked at her from across the casino. The almost smile vanished. He noticed. Of course he did. Dimitri noticed everything except the places where his own guilt turned into control. But he was learning. That was the problem. He was learning quickly enough to become dangerous in a new way. Not safer, never safe, but more difficult to hate cleanly. He held her gaze for 1 second. Not approaching, not commanding, not even asking. Just there, waiting at the distance she had chosen. Alina looked away first. Anya noticed. She said nothing. Good. Alina liked women who knew when silence was useful. Alexei's voice cut across the ruined floor. We have the first genetic map. Everyone turned. Dmitri moved first, then stopped. He looked at Alina, not because he needed permission to hear evidence, because the evidence concerned her body. That pause mattered. She hated that it mattered. Alina walked toward the bar. Read it. Levina appeared from behind Roman with a tablet in hand. Preliminary only. Early stage fetal genetic testing from maternal blood at this point is imprecise under normal circumstances. These circumstances are a criminal insult to biology. Translation, Alina said. Levina gave her a flat look. The result is useful, not final. Read it. Dmitri's jaw tightened. He did not speak. Good. Levina opened the report. Candidate A carries strong Orlov paternal marker compatibility. Dmitri is the probable paternal source. The casino went quiet. Alina felt Dmitri's reaction before she saw it. Not triumph, not claim, pain, fear, a sharp inward pull that the substitute softened, but did not block entirely. She kept her hand away from her stomach on purpose. And candidate B, she asked. Levina's mouth tightened. Candidate B does not match Dmitri as primary paternal source. Silence. Then Katerina made a small sound. Alina stood very still. Dmitri's face emptied. Completely. Roman's eyes went to Nikolai. Nikolai's went to the report. Anya looked at Alina. Only Alina. Good. Someone in the room remembered, whose body carried the answer. Alina forced air into her lungs. Say it clearly. Levina's voice remained clinical. Dmitri Orlov may be the biological father of one twin. He is likely not the biological father of the other. The title of the epilogue arrived like a blade. Not the father, not of both. Alina looked at Dmitri. His face was still unreadable, but the bond told a darker truth. Relief, horror, rage, loss, all at once. Not because he wanted ownership, because the circle had turned fatherhood into another weapon and taken even certainty from the room. Alina's voice came cold. Dragunov. Levina nodded once. Candidate B shows markers consistent with the D01 Kingline sample recovered from the chapel vault. Nikolai's mouth hardened. Casimir Dragunov. Roman said, if he is alive. Galina's voice crackled through the calm from somewhere below the casino. He's alive. Everyone went still. Dmitri looked toward the speaker. Proof. Galina gave a dry laugh. I'm old, not reckless. Galina, Alina said. The older woman's voice softened slightly. I tracked the wedding convoy. Sophia Belova ran before the vows. A storm hit the mountain road. Her car went off the ridge. Anya's face sharpened. Is she alive? Yes. Nikolai stepped closer to the speaker. Who has her? A pause. Then Galina said, a man living under the name Kir Moraz. Dmitri's eyes narrowed. False identity. Yes. Roman's voice was flat. Casimir. Almost certainly. Alina looked at the Dragunov Belova canister on the table. Triplet protocol. Snow bride. Dead king. The next story was already bleeding into theirs. Katerina whispered, Sophia. Alina turned. You know her. Katerina shook her head weakly. Not personally. I heard the name in the clinic. Mara said Sophia was the womb they saved for the king. Dmitri closed his eyes once. The phrase landed badly. Womb. Not woman. Not bride. Not person. Just function. Alina's hand moved to her stomach again. This time she did not stop herself. No, she said. Everyone looked at her. She lifted her chin. No more speaking their language. Dmitri's gaze held hers. Then he nodded. No more. Roman said, agreed. Nikolai added, agreed. Anya looked at the men with cool approval. Try remembering it when frightened. No one argued. Smart men. Or learning ones. Katerina pushed herself to stand. Alina moved instantly. Sit. Katerina gave her a look. Alina stopped. Apparently command sounded ugly from her mouth too. She corrected, Can you stand? Katerina's lips trembled faintly. Barely. Alina held out her hand. Katerina took it. Her sister's fingers were cold. They stood together beneath the ruined lights of Black Saint. Two Voss girls. One declared dead. One memory worked. Both alive. Katerina looked at Dmitri. Fear moved through her face first. Then something else. Courage thin but real. Dmitri. He turned toward her. Careful. Still. Yes. I remembered something else. Alina's grip tightened around her sister's hand. Katerina swallowed. Mara said the second twin was never meant to belong to you. The bond flickered. Dmitri remained motionless. Katerina continued, voice shaking. She said Alina would hate you for one and need you for the other, that the circle wanted both reactions. Alina's stomach turned. Dmitri's eyes darkened. Katerina looked at Alina then. She said one heartbeat would make you angry. Her voice broke. The other would make you afraid. Alina could not breathe for a second. One for love. One for war. Mara's words returned. No. Not love. Not yet. Maybe never. But He architecture was clear now. Candidate A tied Alina to Dmitri. Candidate B tied Alina to Dragunov. The bond tied Dmitri to Alina's proximity. The pregnancy tied every Bratva house to a womb the circle expected men to fight over. Elegant, monstrous, predictable once seen. Alina smiled without warmth. Then she overestimated fear. Dmitri looked at her. So did everyone else. Alina's voice steadied. She wanted me to stand between men and beg not to be used. She looked at Nikolai, then Roman, then Dmitri. I'm not begging. Anya's mouth curved. Mila's voice came through the calm, quiet but clear. Good. Alina looked at the screen, where the Dragunov marker glowed. If Casimir Dragunov is alive, he hears the truth from us before the circle uses it. Dmitri's jaw tightened. The bond pulled once. Possessive instinct. Rival blood. Male violence waiting for excuse. He fought it down. Alina saw every second of the fight. When he spoke, his voice was rough. Yes. That one word cost him. Good. Cost mattered. Alina stepped closer to him. Not too close. Close enough to make the room aware. Say the rest. His eyes held hers. No Orlov claim on candidate B. And candidate A. His face hardened with pain. No Orlov claim unless you choose it. Alina nodded. Better. Not enough. No, she said, not enough. For a moment, neither of them looked away. Then Dmitri lowered his gaze first. Not submission. Discipline. The substitute held. The bond did not win. That mattered. Katerina exhaled shakily beside Alina. I want to leave the casino. Alina turned to her. Now. Yes. Dmitri spoke carefully. The Volkov estate is safer. Katerina flinched at his voice. He stopped immediately. Alina watched him swallow the rest of the sentence. Katerina lifted her chin. I want somewhere with windows. Dmitri's expression changed. A small wound. He deserved that one. Alina looked at Anya. Can the estate give her that? Anya nodded. Yes. Windows that open. Nikolai answered, yes. Anya looked at him. He added, and do not lock. Good. Progress spread strangely through men who had been taught to call locks protection. Roman's phone buzzed. He checked it, and his face changed in the way fathers in this war seemed to change whenever children became less theoretical. Mila says Lev is awake, stable, angry. Like you, Alina said. Roman looked at her, then surprisingly nodded. Unfortunately. Mila's voice came dry through the calm. I heard that. I know. The warmth in Roman's voice was small. Dangerous. Real. Alina looked away. Every couple in this cursed conspiracy seemed to be made of wounds and restraint. Maybe that was what the cradle circle had not calculated correctly. It understood hunger, fear, blood, dependency. It did not understand restraint as devotion, choice as resistance, distance as care. Not fully, not yet. Alexei's terminal beeped again. He looked down. Message from unknown source. Dmitri's face hardened. Mara. No, different encryption. Nikolai stepped closer. Open. The screen flashed. A video loaded. Snow. Heavy. White. A cabin door. A woman in a torn wedding dress stumbled through the storm. One hand pressed to her side. Sofia Beleva. Even half frozen and terrified, she looked furious. Good for her, Alina thought. The camera shifted. A man stepped from the cabin shadows. Tall, broad, dark hair longer than current Moscow fashion. A beard hiding half his face. But the eyes, everyone in the room knew before anyone said it. Kazimir Dragunov, the dead Mafia king. Alive. Sofia lifted a knife toward him with a shaking hand. The man looked down at the blade, then at her. The video had no audio, but his mouth formed words clearly enough. You should have stayed dead. No. Alina leaned closer. Not should. Would. He said. They should have left me dead. The video cut. A text message appeared. Triplet protocol active. The king has the bride. The snow will decide what survives. The room went silent. Then another line appeared. Tell Alina Voss. Not every child inside her belongs to the man who bleeds for her. Dmitri went completely still. Alina's fingers curled protectively over her stomach. The final line loaded. Tell Dmitri Orlov, rage cannot father what exile made. The screen went black. For several seconds, no one spoke. Then Katerina whispered, "What does that mean?" Alina looked at Dmitri. His face was pale, controlled, and dangerous, in a way she now understood better. The insult had landed exactly where the circle aimed it. Fatherhood, rival blood, male pride, bond instability, everything designed to turn him against a child before the child even had a voice. Dmitri looked at Alina. She waited. This was a test, not from the circle, from her, from the future, from the two impossible heartbeats neither of them had chosen. His voice came low. It means they still think blood makes cowards of men. Alina's throat tightened, and his eyes held hers. They are wrong. The bond stirred. Not violin. TLY. Not hungrily. Almost quietly. Alina hated how much that answer steadied something inside her. She did not forgive him. She did not trust him. But she believed that sentence. For now, Anya turned to Nikolai. We go after Sophia. Nikolai nodded. Yes. Roman looked at the Sokolov canister and the Dragunov canister. Levina's vault, Mila said through the comm. Everything frozen comes here. I'm starting to hate freezers. Galina snorted, sensible. Dmitri looked at Alina. You and Katerina leave with Anya. Alina lifted one brow. He corrected instantly. Option. Better. You and Katerina can leave with Anya. Or stay. Or choose another safe location once Levina clears transport. Good. His mouth almost curved. Then pain cut through his face and ruined the attempt. Levina snapped. That is what happens when patients stand for emotional speeches. Dmitri glanced at her. I was sitting. Emotionally standing. Alina laughed. She did not mean to. The sound startled her. Small, not happy, but real. Everyone turned. Dmitri looked at her, like the sound had hit harder than a bullet. That made her stop. Do not look like that, she said. His mouth softened by half a degree. Like what? Like you want to keep it. His face closed carefully. I will not keep what is not given. Damn him. The correct answer again. Alina looked away. Katerina squeezed her hand weakly. Can we go now? Yes. Alina helped her sister walk toward the elevator. Anya moved with them. Nikolai followed at a distance. Roman took the canister case. Alexei took the drives. Levina took her medical kit and several opportunities to insult Dmitri's life choices. Dmitri remained in the ruined casino for 3 extra minutes. Alina knew because she counted. At the elevator, she looked back. He stood alone under the upside-down saint, bleeding through his shirt again, watching the place where his wife had betrayed him. His father had built a chapel under greed, and the cradle circle had tried to turn his rage into a dynasty. For 1 second, he looked less like the dark dawn, and more like a man standing in the ruins of every choice he had not made soon enough. Alina stepped into the elevator. The doors began to close. Dmitri looked up. Their eyes met. The bond pulled once. She let it. Only once. Then the doors closed. The Volkov estate received them at sunrise. Alina expected another mansion, full of wolves. She got that, but also tea. Marta apparently believed all trauma required tea, blankets, medical exams, and consequences. Alina did not object to the tea. She objected to the medical exam. Levina 1. Katerina was placed in a guest room with windows that opened, 2 female guards outside, and no lock on the door. Alina checked. Twice. Anya did not comment. She only stood beside her and waited. After Katerina fell asleep, Alina sat at the window and watched snow collect over the Volkov gardens. Her body was exhausted. Her mind refused to rest. 2 heartbeats. 1 father. Maybe 2. 1 sister alive. 1 dead woman still unnamed. 1 dawn not forgiven. 1 dead king holding a snow bride somewhere in the mountains. The door opened softly. Anya stepped in. Dmitri is alive. Alina did not turn. I didn't ask. I know. A pause. Then Anya said, he asked that you be told only if you asked. Alina closed her eyes. Of course he had. Correct. Again. Infuriating man. How injured? Badly, stable. Furious that Levina transferred him here under sedation. Alina almost smiled. Good. That he is stable. That he was sedated. Anya sat across from her. For a while, neither spoke. Then Alina said, Dmitri may not be father of both twins. No. You already knew that. I suspected after the D01 marker. Alina nodded. Does it matter? Anya's answer came slowly. To the men, yes. To the houses, yes. To the circle, that is the point. And to me. Anya looked at her. Only as much as you decide. Alina swallowed. The answer was too simple. Too hard. My body does not feel like mine. I know. Alina looked at her. Anya's face was calm. Not untouched. Never untouched. I know, Anya repeated. Alina looked back out the window. Does that get better? Not by itself. No comfort from you either. No. Good, I'm collecting honest women. Anya's mouth curved faintly. The room stayed quiet until Alina's phone buzzed. A blocked number. She stared at it. Anya reached for her gun. Alina answered on speaker. For 3 seconds, there was only static. Then Mara's voice. Soft. Amused. Did he tell you yet? Alina's blood turned cold. Tell me what? Men and their little silences. Anya's eyes sharpened. Mara continued. Dmitri is not the father of both twins, Alina. But that is not the real wound. Alina's fingers tightened around the phone. What is? Mara's voice dropped to a whisper. 1 twin was made to end Orlov. The other was made to wake Dragunov. Static cracked. Then the line died. Alina sat very still. Anya stood. I'll get Nikolai. Alina looked down at her stomach. 2 heartbeats. 1 political knife. 1 key for a dead king. And somewhere in a snow-choked cabin, Sofia Belova had just become the next bride in the circle story. Alina rose slowly. No dizziness now. No shaking. Only cold clarity. Get everyone. Anya paused at the door. Alina looked at her. If the circle wants the twins to start a war, Alina said. Then we decide who fights first. Anya nodded once, then left. Alina stood alone by the window, one hand over the impossible lives inside her, watching snow cover the garden like a blank page. Dmitry Orlov was not the father of both twins. Good. Then the circle had given her something stronger than a claim. They had given her evidence, and Alina Voss knew exactly what to do with evidence. End of Book 3.